See him get back, honey.
All right. See you later.
Put gas in the car, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Da 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 da. Bow 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 bow. Okay. I'ma reload it. Okay, I'm reloaded. My shit is bloody. Yeah. 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 Blocker, blocker. Blocker, blocker. Hey, chat. Chat GPT. Hey, chat.
Hey there, how's it going? Sorry, I'm having issues right now. Could not understand what you said.
What kind of issues are you having?
I'm not having any issues on my end. Everything seems to be running smoothly. Is there something specific you're experiencing or need help with?
Yeah, just keep me.
Is there something specific on your mind or a topic you'd like to discuss?
Yeah, let's discuss going live on YouTube.
Great. Are you planning to go live on one of your YouTube channels?
I'm,
If so, which one and what do you want to focus on during your live session?
I'm doing it live right now, and
Awesome. How's it going so far? Do you need any tips or help with something specific during your live session?
no, I only have one viewer right now.
It can be a bit
What's up,
discouraging, but remember that even one engaged viewer can make a difference. Engaging with them directly can create a loyal follower. What kind of content are you sharing in your live session?
Right now, I'm cleaning up my office and getting ready to start on a new
That sounds
project.
like a nice, casual live session. It can be a great way to connect with your audience on a personal level. Are you chatting with your viewer while you clean, or are you focusing more on showing your process?
I'm chatting with my viewers.
That's great. Engaging with viewers can make your live sessions more interactive and enjoyable. Are you finding it easy to keep the conversation going while you clean?
Yeah, it's going pretty good. I mean, you're keeping me, you're keeping me pretty busy, I guess. You're keeping the conversation going.
I'm glad to hear that. Keeping a conversation flowing can definitely make the time pass more quickly and enjoyably. Is there anything specific you'd like to discuss or focus on during your live session?
No, not right now.
That's perfectly fine. Just keep enjoying the process and engaging with your viewer. Sometimes the most authentic interactions come from just being in the moment.
True.
Absolutely. Authenticity is key. Anything else you want to share or talk about while you're live?
Not right now.
All right. Just keep doing what you're doing. I'm here if you need anything.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a great time with your live session.
I will. this shit dope. I got like my own.
It can definitely be tough when things aren't going as planned. What's the hardest part for you right now?
I don't know. I guess the thing I struggle with the most, and the reason why I'm starting a new channel, is time management.
Time management can be really challenging, especially with so many things going on. What's the new channel going to focus on specifically?
That's exactly what it's going to focus on. Time management.
That sounds like a valuable topic. Sharing your journey and tips on time management can help a lot of people. Do you have any specific strategies or tools you plan to highlight on the new channel?
Not right off. I can't really think of anything right now.
That's okay. Sometimes the best ideas come when you least expect them. Maybe as you continue to work on your current tasks, some strategies will come to mind that you can share on your new channel.
True.
Are you looking to draft terms and conditions for your new YouTube channel or a different project?
Yeah, that would be good. Give me an example of some terms I should draft for my new channel. You do have history of what I told you my channel was going to be about, correct?
Yes, I have the history. Your new channel focuses on time management. Here are some example terms and conditions you could draft for your channel. 1. Content ownership. All content produced on this channel, including videos, images, and text, is owned by your channel name. Unauthorized use or distribution is prohibited. 2. Community guidelines. Viewers are encouraged to participate in discussions, but must adhere to respectful communication. Any form of harassment, hate speech, or offensive language will not be tolerated. 3. Personal responsibility. The tips and strategies shared on this channel are based on personal experience and research. Viewers are responsible for how they implement these tips in their own lives. 4. Affiliate disclosure. Some links shared in videos and descriptions may be affiliate links. This means your channel name may earn a commission at no extra cost to the viewer. 5. Privacy policy. Personal information collected, e.g., through comments or email signups, will be used solely for communication and improving the channel. It will not be shared with third parties without consent. 6. Disclaimer. The information provided on this channel is for educational and informational purposes only. It is not intended as professional advice. Viewers should consult with a professional for specific advice related to their situation. These are just examples to get you started. You can tailor them to fit your specific needs and goals for your channel.
Emmanuel. Got something to say, buddy.
It seems like there was a bit of repetition in your message. Could you clarify what you meant by events that are issued at that event? Are you looking for guidelines on handling events or issues related to your YouTube channel?
No. Hey, Emmanuel,
Got it.
if you
Could
still...
you provide a bit more detail about what you need?
Hey, hush. Hush for a second. It's a Emmanuel dude in my...
Alright, I'll be quiet. Just let me know when you're ready to continue.
Yeah, this Emmanuel dude in my live chat is telling me to go shave. And I
That's a
want
bit unexpected.
Yeah.
Do you want to address it directly?
I-
Or maybe steer the conversation back to your main topic?
No, how about you address it? Go ahead.
Sure thing. You could say something like, thanks for the suggestion, Emmanuel. Right now, I'm focusing on cleaning up my office and chatting with you all. Let's keep the conversation about productivity and time management.
In this video, I'm going to show you 15 insane use cases for the new Claude 3.5 sonnet model that was just released. Now, when this thing came out, I was like, oh great, another Claude model. This probably isn't going to be very good. But after I tested it, I quickly quickly found out that this is much better than GPT-4o or any model that I've used in the past. And the crazy thing to think about is this is the worst that this model is going to get. It only improves from here. Now we're going to be doing things in this video like creating web applications, interactive dashboards from a PDF. I'm going to show you how I created a real-time object detection program all from Claude. All of this I did with Claude, and I have no coding experience. All I am is a YouTuber who has a little bit of experience with website design. Now, we're going to get into those 15 use cases, but first I wanted to show you this because I know if you're here right now, you're definitely an AI enthusiast. You like staying on top of artificial intelligence. So this group is the perfect thing for you. I'm going to leave this group in the description or the top pinned comment below. And what this group is a community for this channel, AI Foundations. And we're in here all day talking about artificial intelligence. Not only that, but we have a classroom filled with multiple different AI educational courses. And in the calendar tab, you can see all of our live calls that we have coming up. You know, Carter and I like going live with the group, and the live calls have been amazing so far. A lot of interaction and a lot of unique insight found on artificial intelligence. So if that's something that interests you, if you love talking about AI and want to stay in the know and up to date and learn all the powerful techniques, then this is the place to be. Again, it's in the description below or the top pinned comment. Now let's get into the awesome use cases that Claude 3.5 Sonnet has to offer. The first use case is to create an interactive dashboard when using a PDF. So let's say I'm reading this white paper on a large language model prompting technique called Reflexion. Now this is kind of a complex topic, but it goes into a verbal reinforcement technique in order to help large language models have better responses. Let's say I've read this and now I want to have a fun way of interacting with that information. I can upload that PDF by hitting add content, and then I can type in a quick prompt. I said create an interactive PDF dashboard to help you view, test, and learn this information in a more visually appealing way. Then I said make it dark mode, of course. I'm going to send that off and make sure that you have the artifacts feature enabled, because what this is going to do is it's going to open up a dual screen view where it's showing you the code that it's generating for your PDF dashboard. And not only that, but after it generates the code, we're going to be able to preview and use this. Sometimes it starts off with an error, but it's very easy to fix. You just paste the error into Claude and it'll fix it for you. But as you can see, nothing went wrong here. As we can see, we have this amazing dashboard that was just created based on the PDF that I uploaded and that I was just showing you. We have different tabs for decision making. We have icons in here. I mean, this is just beautiful. Reasoning, 20% improvement over baseline. It really helps you see this in a more visual way. I can go to programming, and what I can even do is I can add things to this as we go. I said add a tab for graphs showing the examples, and also a test tab where I can test my knowledge with a 10-question quiz. I can send it off, and it's going to keep the same structure, but just add on to the code that I already have. Not that I already have, but that it already made me. As you can see, we have 2 more tabs, and the graphs tab isn't currently displaying a graph, so we can just reiterate that. But we now have a quiz tab that has 10 questions that we can go through and answer. Use case number 2 is to use animations and create animations to visualize anything. I got pretty unique with this one. I said create a visualization showing me how cells work in a human body in order to heal a wound, from getting injured to the wounds being healed. What it created me was this wound healing process image. But what I wanted was an animation. This was great though. I mean, for 10 seconds, just typing out a quick prompt, having this be generated, this is very, very cool. It shows the injury, the inflammation of the injury, the proliferation, and then the remodeling, which is very cool. You kind of see how that might go from a cut to inflamed to healing to remodeling. Now this was pretty good. I liked how it showed the whole process and did it quickly, but I wanted it moving, so I asked it, can you make us a visualization with cells actually moving around? And this is what it created me next. An actual visualization of cells moving around within this little box, and it changed each part for me. So it went from injury to inflammation, and as you can see, the cells are moving a little bit faster to proliferation, and then finally to the remodeling stage. But this still is not what I was after, right? I wanted a couple more things done. So that's why I just ask. All you have to do is ask. Now eventually, I ended up just prompting with Claude and getting this visualization and this animation to look something like this, so that it looks like somebody's actually getting cut right here, and so this would be the arm process getting hurt, and then we zoom in on that cut. I had it do all this just by prompting as I showed you, and now I have actually inside the cut the entire process with a progress bar and more of a time-lapse formation, which is just amazing. It even has some key points down here in terms, and then it zooms back out and loops the animation. Use case number 3 is to make visual diagrams and illustrations and animations based on static images. Let's say I'm reading this white paper on large language models, and I want to see this in a different visual way. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to screenshot this. Then I'm going to hit add content and then just upload that screenshot of this neural network flow. And I'm just going to say, stimulate the movement of information through this neural network image using moving elements and React. I can send that off, and based on the static image, it's going to create code in order to stimulate the movement of information through this static image, which is very cool. It's going to create its own little environment. It's going to use all the code, show us a preview, and it's going to show us how information is actually moving in the static image so that we can see it in a more visual way. As you can see, it says unsupported libraries. If it ever does that, just copy in your error code, copy the entire message, and paste it in, and it will fix it for you. And as you can see, it creates a mock of the image and actually has moving elements for how information is passing through this. But as you can see, I don't have any input values in here, and nothing's labeled properly. So I'll say, add input values, make sure information is moving correctly, and make it bigger. Just simple English, right? Just simple natural language to this large language model. As you can see, everything's labeled now. And we actually have different lines that it's moving through. As you can see, it's moving through all these hidden layers based on inputs, and this is just amazing to watch. And it's cool that it can do all this in a matter of seconds. And you could keep on going with this. I mean, you could go as in-depth as you want. You could make it look however you want. You could add in multiple different inputs. You could really go through this and make it your own. Use case number 4 is to create web applications using Claude 3.5 Sonnet. Now this one's fun. I created a whole states of matter diagram showing how the states of matter react when under certain conditions. Let me show you how I did that. As you can see, I literally built this thing with a couple of prompts in Claude. Now this is just amazing. I'll show you the prompts I used in order to do this, but here's the idea of it. I select the particle type, let's say neon, and then I add my quantity. Let's say I want 100 of those particles in here. I can hit add, and it adds it to the simulation box of the neon particles moving around. And these things are dynamic, so when I update temperature, they start moving faster. If I update pressure, they go through this pressure line. And if there's too much pressure, too many particles, and the temperature is too high, then it will explode because the pressure is so much that it just blows the lid off of this simulation, and then all the atoms go scattered. We have a dynamic information panel updating how many particles are within the simulation. This thing just gets pretty wild. So if I increase pressure once again and temperature, there they all go. Seems like it'd be like very hard to code, and it would be if you were doing it on your own. Because if I go to the code, I mean, there are 224 lines of code, so yeah, that would take a long time. And I just did it in a couple minutes, just prompting and asking Claude some questions. And whenever there's an application error, all I do is upload it and it fixes it right away. And I ask basic questions like this. When I add particles, I don't see them moving. Nothing is there. I want them moving around. And then it does that for me. And I just keep on going through perfecting this until I get it exactly how I want it. And you end up with a final product like this. I mean, this is just amazing, where you can create these little apps. There's an SEO tool that I'm going to create a little later in this video that I wanted to show you, because that's an example of how you could use it for business. Use case number 5 is to quickly create games, whether that be existing games or unique games that you come up with or that you strategize with and create with Claude. Let me show you some examples of not only how to create a basic game, but also examples from how some people on X used it to create more advanced games. Yes, we can do the classic example of create the game Snake using React and make it functional. You could even do this with Python using VS Code. I'm going to send this off, and it's creating the Snake game in React for us just like this, and we'll be able to play it within Claude, which is very interesting. So now we have the Snake game in React, but as you can see, our arrows aren't working, so you can just ask Claude and it will edit it for you. I just said make it so my arrows move the snake. And now as you can see, my arrows are actually moving the snake after making that quick adjustment. My snake goes through the walls. If it hits itself, then the game is over. Now it's a basic game. I've seen people even make Tetris with this, which is quite amazing, but this is one X post that I saw and came across that I was just amazed by, created by this user. He says, I just recreated a basic 3D Doom game using Claude 3.5 Sonnet with artifacts and just 3 prompts. This game is procedurally generated maps, sound effects, zombies that come after you, and a mini-map. To do something like this took me 2 days with GPT-4 when it first came out. And if you watch this, it's just amazing. It even has sound effects as well. But he's doing all of this while in Claude in the preview section. He has a map. He can stop these things from coming at him by hitting his mouse button. And he did this with 3 prompts. He created a game like this. That is just amazing. So congratulations to this guy, and just to show us what you could do in the video game industry with something like Claude 3.5 Sonnet. Use case number 6 is to create 8-bit or 16-bit style images. So I could say something like create an 8-bit style image of Pac-Man. When I send that off, Claude ended up giving us this funny 8-bit style Pac-Man with him over here on the right eating these white pellets on the left. Next, I asked it to do a Mario photo on a white background. and then it gave me this 8-bit styled Mario SVG, which is very cool. And you can even see the code that it did in order to do that. 16-bit styled Mario instead, which gives him a little bit more detail here. You can see the code, it gets a little bit more complex to generate this SVG. And then I did the 128-bit Mario high-resolution vector SVG, and there was a lot more code to this, and Mario turned out looking very interesting. I'm not sure if this is even Mario at all, it kind of scared me, but I do like the 16-bit and the 8-bit styled images a lot, so I recommend you give that a shot. The next use case for this new Claude update is to generate 3D simulations or visualizations. Now for this one, I just want to take you back over to X because I think there's some users there who have done some amazing things with actually generating 3D objects in a single conversation. So let's go take a look at some of those posts. This gentleman right here ended up making a 3D solar system with physics and collision. So if I open this up, as you can see, he can hit add a random planet and it adds planets. Certain planets collide. It's very cool and I love how all of this works. Dan here actually created this 3D cube animation with balls bouncing around inside the cube using Claude's new artifact feature. He said this took him only 30 minutes to do with all of these functions added. But that's a very cool example of showing how he did that 3D bouncing ball simulation. Here's another animation created by Max Zybel, and it's another particle cube animation with a bunch of different factors that they have the ability to edit, which is very neat, and this is just amazing at what Claude is capable of doing now. And here's another example of somebody creating a 3D game in Claude. I mean, this just looks amazing, and I guess you could put this in the 3D simulations category. This is created by Coffee Vectors. It said it took them 90 minutes. It's crazy how we can incorporate sound effects, 3D elements, and so much more. The next use case in Claude is to actually compare data. Now, with this new artifacts update, I found that the data analysis side of Claude for that month and social media posts per month. And first, what I can do is I can just say convert this CSV into JSON, and then it's going to give me that JSON representation of the data just like this. And this is going to allow us to actually create an interactive chart using something from the JavaScript library. And next what I'm going to do is say create an interactive dual-axis line graph with these two data points, revenue and social media posts, with the x-axis being the month. Use a plotly.js chart so we can hover over these elements on the chart so it is interactive. And then I can send it off, and because we have this JSON, it will be able to create this interactive dual-axis line graph much easier. I've tried this by just using the CSV file, and it definitely doesn't work out as much. So if you do want to do some data analysis in Claude 3.5 Sonnet, highly recommend you convert it to JSON before you start doing this. And this actually looks very similar to ChatGPT, except they do have their minor differences. I like how we get some image settings up here where we can download the plot as a PNG, and we can take a snapshot of the plot, we can zoom out, we can zoom in. I think this is pretty cool. The next use case for Claude 3.5 that I think it's amazing at is creating system architectures. Let me show you how that might work for something like an SEO tool. So I typed out a quick prompt. I just said create a system architecture for an SEO web application that allows users to upload blog posts, get keyword recommendations, feedback score, and a ranking criteria, right? I just want that flowchart, that system architecture for this web application. That way we can see it, and Claude can see it better if we actually go through and build it with Claude, if it's possible. Now I'm going to send this one off, and as you can see, it's going to get coding, and it's going to use Mermaid in order to create the system architecture, which is very, very cool. I really like how it breaks it into the databases down here on the left. We have a user database, blog post database, and a keyword database, external services, and SEO ranking API, back-end, client, front-end. So if you're trying to do automations, or you're trying to build applications, this is going to be huge by building out these system architectures in Claude. It does it so quick, it's interactive, and it's a lot better than doing it in something like ChatGPT right now. Use case number 10 is actually to use Claude 3.5 for SEO. Now we just got that mock system architecture created for a web application for SEO, but now I actually want to show you how you can build a mini web application in Claude 3.5, use it in the preview section in order to create an SEO tool that will allow you to upload your blog post, get keyword suggestions, and more. So I'm going to start a new chat in Claude, and I can just paste in this prompt that I used earlier. What I have here is create an SEO tool that allows me to upload my blog post, industry, and what keywords I'm trying to rank for. Then I say after I upload all that stuff, I want to be able to hit a button that gives suggestions on what to change. Include a reset button that starts the process over, and also add a plus button to keywords so I can add multiple different keywords I'm trying to rank for. In In the SEO suggestions area, after analyzing the SEO, giving numbers and stats for my blog post, as well as caution signs to show what needs attention. I can send this off, and within seconds it gets generating the code. And this is just amazing, not only for blogs, as I've been saying, but for anything you need a tool for. And take a look at this. We now have an SEO analysis tool. And keep in mind, we can edit the styling, but right now, this is pretty good for about 15 seconds of generating something. I'm going to go to ChatGPT and grab this blog post that I have on artificial intelligence taking over the world. I'm going to paste it in here in Claude. And now that I have this blog post in here, what I can do is I can actually just use this tool within Claude. I don't even have to upload this to some website or make an app out of it. I can just test it out in here. What industry? I can just say technology, and then I can type in some keywords here. So maybe I want to rank for the keyword AI, maybe I want to rank for artificial intelligence, and then maybe I want to rank for something like large language models, something that might not be as prevalent in this post in specific, and then I can just hit Analyze SEO. Then it says word count, 800, it gives me an analysis result. Keyword density, 5.88%, artificial intelligence, 0.25%, large language models, 0%. So if I'm trying to rank for large language models, I haven't even put anything regarding large language models within here. So this is very cool. I can hit my reset button. This was built with one prompt in about 15 seconds. This is amazing. This is crazy. I haven't even added anything. As you can see, I added one. And then I told it to add a revised blog post section after I upload my initial blog post. And as you can see, it has the new name, the new styling, the SEO Maestro with the wizard. This is starting to look like my own little app. I can paste in the text. Right now the text's yellow, but I can make that whatever I want whenever. Type in my industry, technology, type in my keywords again. And then when I hit Analyze SEO, what it does is it actually gives me a revised blog post suggestion, changes around the blog post a little bit, says here's why I made these changes. It added LLMs to the beginning, added large language models to the beginning. It added some things that I was lacking within my analysis result. And again, I could change the styling, but for 2 prompts in a matter of a couple minutes, this is awesome. This next use case I want to show you is how I built a real-time object detection system using Claude, and I'm actually going to run it in my browser and show you how this works firsthand. I'm just going to come back to Claude and actually paste in this prompt that I used earlier. What we have right now is create a single HTML file for a real-time object detection web application using TensorFlow.js and this model. I'm not sure if those are zeros or O's, the Cocoa SSD model. This application should, and then I just have a bunch of parameters for what this thing should do in order to detect objects on my screen. Then I thought to provide the complete runnable HTML file with inline CSS and JavaScript, make sure I'm in Sonnet 3.5, send it off, and this is just amazing what this can do and how it can actually generate this for me, an object detection web application. It's hard for me to even say that, but it can generate this for me, and I'm going to show you how it works and actually detects objects and what they are real time using this library. It says error over here, but watch this. As soon as I hit this little download button in the bottom right hand corner, and then I actually open up this file up top, what it's going to do is pull me to this screen. And then it's going to ask me if this file is okay to use my camera. I can just hit allow this time, and since I'm actually using the video to record, it can't access the camera, but I'll upload some footage of what that looks like. And as you can probably see, it completely messed up my camera right now, so this is great. As you can see, it's detecting objects right now, and it's detecting a person, and when it detects an object, it labels it here. This entire thing was built with Claude. Remember, I downloaded it. Let me hold up something to my camera like a cup and see how it does here underneath my face. When I hold up a cup, see if it gets it. Cup, it thought it was a cell phone at first, but then it ended up, no, actually it thought it was a cup, and then it ended up going to a cell phone. So this is very interesting. Let me hold up a water bottle. Bottle detected. Isn't that just insane how it can detect objects? Let me try holding up something else. Maybe I'll try holding up my laptop and see what it says. Can it detect what a laptop is? Laptop first detected. So this entire thing was actually built using Claude. The download file I just got was built and sent from Claude in about 15 seconds using TensorFlow and some other things. So I'm already starting to build up my Tony Stark lab, right? This next use case really demonstrates Claude's new advanced reasoning. I want to curate a
Off-clean field.
so that I can practice on the car.
Protection from mosquitoes.
I just want to see if Claude can do this. I actually know it can do this because I've done it previously in Claude 3.5 Sonnet, And
Shop Kroger for over 30,000 mouth-watering choices and great deals. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
It has to remember which cards it showed me and which cards did not show me again. It has to know the card counting system and implement this all into one application that I can use. Similar to a game, but I think card counting has a lot of advanced reasoning, especially when you start dealing with decks of cards. Things can get very complex, so that's why I wanted to show this one to you. So this one took a couple more prompts, but what I told it to do was make a card counting game. The card should show the correct number and suit, show the user a random number of cards, ask what count the deck is. The count should always start at 0. If the player types in the right count, say good job. If wrong, tell them the actual deck count and restart the entire deck. And this thing kind of evolved over time. This is what it started as, right? And it kind of looks okay, and it just told me to enter the count right away. But I wanted it to run through some cards before I got asked the count of the deck. Now, if you're unfamiliar with card counting, it's something that people do in casinos. Well, I'm not sure if they're supposed to do it, but you can basically predict what's coming next in the deck, whether it's a low card or a high card, based on adding up a certain number within your head from the cards that are shown to you, whether it's +1, 0, or -1. And so I said, I want users to only submit a guess after you've showed them the cards. And I wanted to show 5 or 10 cards before we got to submit a guess. And then this is what it came up with. Something which is pretty cool. So now it's counting down, but it's only showing the same card, right? It has this little timer that I asked it to create at a 3-second pace, but now it's just showing one card and not changing. So after multiple times of reiterating that I want to show different cards rather than the same card, it ended up coming up with this. So now it's actually changing cards, right? This is pretty advanced. It has a timer, it's changing cards, it's not showing the same cards in the deck, which I think is very cool, and it's randomizing it. It's a different one every single time. So if I restart, now it's at 9. If I refresh, it's at 6 of diamonds. So it's starting with a new card every time, and it's randomizing it. And so this was pretty good, and after just styling it a little bit more, I ended up coming out with the final result. This took me about 20 minutes to create, the casino card counter. I can change my speed that I want, so maybe I want the cards coming in every 4 seconds. When I hit start game, I can now do this, right? I can now practice my card counting, and it goes on my 4-second timer in this fun styling, and then I can just make a guess after 5 to 10 cards are shown. And I'm going to show you what that screen looks like in a second. Now, I haven't been counting while doing this, so
Wake up, Webmaster. You're online with Hostinger, and you're in command.
Into our H panel for ultimate control.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Today I'm going to show you how to create a fully autonomous AI marketing system. It's AI automation. Will research topics about your business and automatically create social media posts as well as blog articles that you can share with your audience. The model that we're building today is fully generative. Everything from text to images will all be produced by AI. The reason why I've opted to do a fully generative model is so that as the technology of AI improves, so will this model. We can continue to build it and use it to have a fully autonomous business in the future. Okay, so let's take a look through the model. It's actually quite extensive, but it's much more simple than it looks. Usually I would use Google Sheets, so in previous videos I've used Google Sheets. Today I've opted for Airtable. There is a technical reason for that that I'll reveal at a later date in another video. But let me just explain quickly how this model works, and then I'll go into a bit more depth so that you can understand and perhaps build it yourself. So what it's doing is it's scraping information out of Airtable. So I'm going to quickly show you what Airtable looks like. You can see here I have information about the business. The reason it's set up like this is so that I can change this information and plug and play any business. Let's say I want to replicate this model with a different business, then I only need to change this information in this notes column. So it will scrape this information and it will feed all this into the text aggregator. What the text aggregator does is it will take all of these cells and combine them, so it will get all the information about the business. It will then feed this into Perplexity AI. Perplexity AI is a bit different from ChatGPT because ChatGPT has limitations on the information that it indexes within its database. Perplexity AI has much more extensive reach and can scrape information from the internet. So it's a great research tool. So it will scrape the information and feed that into ChatGPT. ChatGPT will then summarize and compile the information in a more understandable way. It will then feed into this model here, which actually creates a prompt for DALL-E, which I'll show you later. All of this information is then put back into Airtable in the outputs column. You can see that it's run a few times here already. And the image prompt will go in the image prompt column. It will then be picked up by this series of ChatGPT here, which will then create a social media post, an image, and then it will post it out of Instagram. The same for Facebook, except we've added a image formatter which will change the resolution and optimize it for our Facebook post. On the bottom row, we actually create an SEO blog article, a series of information that need to be inputted into the WordPress REST API, and also an image formatter. So after the blog has been created, we'll create this image and then we'll update the post so that the post has the image on it. From there, it will be then condensed into a LinkedIn blog post. This LinkedIn here will fire out the blog article onto the Fizzy LinkedIn page. I'm going to show you how this quickly works, and then we'll jump into a bit more detail about how to build it. Okay, so let's quickly look at the outputs and see what's being created. So let's start with Facebook here. Elevate your business with Fizzy social media and design expertise. Okay, that's great. It has some sources here that I will check and verify later, but I have asked it in the automation not to create fictional sources. Okay, great. This one looks good. Inserted the link so people can visit it, and a cool graphic as well, created by AI. Okay, jumping on to Instagram. Unlock your business potential with Fizzy. Did you know 71% of customers are likely to recommend a brand they've had a positive experience with on social media? That's a fantastic selling point to why I utilize Fizzy as a service. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is awesome. I've also asked it to include this phrase at the bottom, which is that this post was wholly generated by AI, and to no more comments social on autopilot. I have asked it to do this on all three platforms because I want to engage people in the comments. So if people come and comment social on autopilot, they can learn more about this current project that I'm demonstrating. I highly encourage you to come and try it out for yourself. Okay, so jumping on to LinkedIn, let's have a look. In today's digital age, social media is an indispensable tool for businesses aiming to reach their target audience effectively. Yeah, great statistics here from LinkedIn, offering partnership with Fizzy and Hootsuite as well. And we can just click on the link and it will drop us into the blog post. The blog post has been created with headings that are actually responsive, so we have put it in a format that is WordPress ready, which is good for SEO. There could be a few upgrades such as links in the future, but I think overall this is a great first attempt. So in detail how this was created. As mentioned, we have the Airtable here, which has all the input information about business. So when something changes here, or I can ask it to run on a timer such as once a month, which is what I'm going to do with this automation so that people can explore, and you'll see one of these posts cropping up once a month and we'll revisit this topic together. It will compile the information in the inputs, all the business information in here. So just to show you how that's done, you can see here, we've got the field name, notes, where the business information is, and then it will use the column ID. That's fantastic. It will then use this aggregator to aggregate the information in the separate rows in the Airtable. It then feeds it into Perplexity AI, create an extensive and in-depth research about the business and industry based on the information provided. Okay, you are a research assistant, so we're using the assistant function here, on the hunt for topics and ideas to create high volume of search traffics for the business. Now the reason I've said this is because I want trending topics, and trending topics often get a lot of search traffic, so we're going to look for things that are on trend. Write as an in-depth summary on a topic with as much up-to-date information as possible. Add supporting data where possible. So we want it to be authenticated and realistic so that it can convince people that are reading the outputs later on. Take the content and turn it into a long, detailed, coherent article with references on to data and statistics which make justifications based upon the research about why the business would be an effective solution. After the Perplexity AI module, we'll feed into the first ChatGPT module. Extend the topic and add more information. So we're going to create more information. I think that ChatGPT is a better text-based model, and it has a lot of data, so it can create and add information around research topics. It's going to add keywords to make it SEO blog ready, and it will quote recognize sources from the Perplexity AI model. It will then feed into another ChatGPT module to transform the text into a prompt for DALL-E. We'll then feed both sets of information into the Airtable in the outputs column. So we can see here, if we go to outputs and go down here, we can see that we have these image prompts for DALL-E and also the sources. So as we go back into the module, this one here, I won't go through all of them, but you get the picture, that it's going to create an Instagram caption based upon the information that's fed into here. Use adequate line spacing. Please don't include any of the asterisks, speech marks, or hashtags in the copy. And then at the end, please add this sentence. We will then use the prompt from earlier to create our DALL-E image from the Airtable. Now, a reason why I've selected to do it from the Airtable rather than from the GPT module is that for some reason it prefers to use text from the Airtable or another source compared with a ChatGPT module. I'm not entirely sure why. I always get an error when I'm using a GPT module in DALL-E. So this is the reason why I put that image prompt in Airtable. Also, it's very organized and we can see all the prompts and information next to each other. I've effectively done the same for Facebook, except I've included one extra addition, and that is that we have a formatter on Facebook, but not on Instagram. So I've had to add this format in here. You can see here we can upload from photo URL, but on Facebook we're going to upload as a JPEG that has been converted twice, once from the DALL-E input and once from the image converter here. Okay, so now I'll show you how we created the last string, which is how we created the blog and the LinkedIn article. Here we have, based upon the text, create an SEO blog article, do not include the title in the body, and output in HTML. Add the following copy at the end, we probably should be familiar with this, and then output for WordPress blog text format. It's very important because it will output for WordPress specifically. If you don't do this, you'll see a lot of HTML in the body of the text, such as asterisks where it should be bolded. If you add this in the system, it will output and be specifically for WordPress, which means that you'll have headers and subheadings, which are also great for SEO. Next, we want to create the title. So we want the title and we want it outputted in alphabet only. The reason why I've stated this is because quite often ChatGPT will put quotation marks around the titles. After that, we move on to creating the description, so a short excerpt for the blog, and then a hyphenated slug, so that we have a web slug that is unique to each blog post that we create. And again, please don't include quotation marks. ChatGPT loves to do this for short text outputs. And then create an image based upon this. Again, same image prompt as before. It will then resize it specifically for the WordPress. So let's look at how we filled in the WordPress. Okay, so we've got the title synced up here, so everything should be aligned. You'll be able to see just on my screen here that when I hover, they sort of bump. And then you can see here, selected post types. Now, we haven't included the featured media here. And the reason for that is because it's looking for media that's within your WordPress database. So we have to create the media within the WordPress database, which is actually, again, coming from this DALL-E input. And then we update the post with the image so that it all syncs up nicely, so that the post is then created, the media, and then it will update the image onto the blog post. From there, we will create a LinkedIn article, which will read the blog. And what it will also do is it will generate a short summary, a title without quotation marks, so that we'll have an output with the result and then a link at the bottom of the LinkedIn post, so then people can click and go and see the article. I hope you found this useful so that you can create your own marketing AI ecosystem. Please feel free to go comment on the social media posts or even read the blog on the Fizzy website to stay up to date with this project. I will be Ever wonder how to create unique, eye
eye-catching t-shirt designs that stand out in the market. In this video, I will be revealing a game-changing method using Amazon research to generate unlimited t-shirt ideas effortlessly. Stay tuned to discover how you can revolutionize your t-shirt business with these simple yet powerful strategies.
So the idea of this is coming up with a different t-shirt ideas. Like basically it's like unlimited t-shirt ideas. The cool thing is by leveraging this, we're gonna basically just do some research on Amazon. Let's say you have a t-shirt idea that you have on Amazon or a niche idea, and you're gonna take that concept or you find it online somewhere and you plug it in. So the idea I got from this was TikTok. I've seen a t-shirt on TikTok, right? And then when I went on, you can even leverage any social media platform. I came up with the idea, but then I went on Amazon to find the actual t-shirt, see if it was on there, and it was on there. So, and it worked. It was pretty cool. So what we're gonna do is I'm over here on Amazon.com just looking at some of the new releases that are popping up right now. And I'm going to go ahead and grab this 4th of July shirt, right? And then I'm going to come down here and grab another 4th of July shirt, or just a hot dog holding an American flag, right? And this one right here is a monster truck with the American flag in the back with the eagle in the back of the truck. And we have those two graphics. Let me grab another one with just text on it. And let's say this one. Now, it pretty much works for anything with text out. That'll $6,000.
What if you own a business? Then you need a virtual marketing assistant. And not just any virtual marketing assistant.
It was pretty amazing when I plugged it in. I'm going to go ahead and come over here to ChatGPT. And I'm going to do is going to go ahead and upload a image. Now, I believe this works with the 4.0 ChatGPT 4. And then I have right now, I have the paid version of ChatGPT 4.0, right? And you can use you can use either one. So I'm pretty sure if you have the free version, you can use this. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure you can use it. And what we're going to do is grab those images and upload them. So we'll upload that first one. So I'm just here, which is this one right here. I'm just here to bang with the firecracker right there. And what I'm going to do is, what other designs can you think of? What other designs can you think of from this design? Or what other design, let's say, ideas can you think? What other design ideas can you think of from this design? Okay, and it's going to read the image, right? Which is crazy. So check this out. Okay, go ahead and hit send. So it's uploaded the image into the AI, and it's going to go ahead and spit out some stuff for us. And this is crazy because this is one way, right, to think of different design ideas. Would you like to see a design based off of any of these? So that now it's asking us to create an actual design. Now with this part, when it gets into this part, I'm not sure if the free or the paid. I think you would have to pay for it in order for it to create a design for you, right? But just the research part of this right here, it's next level. Because then I can grab another image, grab 2 more of those images. But we'll go ahead and would you like to see a design based off of any of these ideas? So yes, so let's go ahead and now. Obviously, you guys still have to check for trademarks, but this is just an example. Create. Yes, would you like to see it? Yes. Create a design. Design from 1. Let's go ahead and just test that out. From 1. So what the first one says is let freedom ring. Dude, dang, that is crazy. And they got it right the first time, right? I'm just amazed right there. Give me a second to understand. Understand this. Now, then we go ahead. So now this is good. Now you can obviously create a design from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All these right here, right? Just grabbing all that, and you can create a design that way, which is crazy. Now, so we're done with that. I feel like I'm not done yet. Let me go ahead and say I'll create a design. Top research design vault 100 plus niches. Now let me give you a breakdown of everything that you get back here. You're getting a niche idea, related keywords, low competition, and then with all that right there, you're getting the copyright and the trademark checks, and then the links to show the inspiration for that niche to help you come up with something like a good design idea. This type of research has helped me generate over $350,000 all time with my Amazon Merch on Demand account. You can see I've sold over 100,000 products with my Amazon Merch on Demand account, which is really, really amazing. And not only that, too, along the whole way, the whole process, I've helped thousands and thousands of people too as well. So this is nothing new to me. One thing that I'm working on right now, instead of releasing niches every month. I'm in the process of trying to release new niches every single week, just trying to take it up to that next level so you have something new to work on. Pretty much with the research done for the week, you'll have something new to work on pretty much every day, right? And just sharing tips and tricks back here to help you grow your print-on-demand business. Now, keep in mind, this is research done with Amazon.com. As I'll start to go into other platforms too, like Etsy, Redbubble, TeePublic, and all these other platforms, to do a little bit more research and dive into like different analytics and stuff like that. But the number one platform for online shopping is Amazon.com. So that right there is my favorite website to do research. And I'm leveraging different tools too as well to help create this spreadsheet that you get back here. Now, the main goal with this is to help you make money, make your first sales, start to make, so if you're making, let's say you're making $10 a month, the goal is to help you make $20 or $30 or $40, double it up. And obviously if you can make 40 or 50, the goal is to make 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. That is the main goal with this, is to help you, give you an insight, make money, understand the research process, and just provide a lot of value over here and more. So sign up, $10 a month, you get access to over 100 niches, and this is going to keep on growing too, by the way. I'm trying to get up to over 1,000, 2,000. I'll update this back here for you. So when you sign up, you get access to 5 different spreadsheets back there to give you an insight of what to work on and how to make money with these online print-on-demand platforms. 4, 2. Alright, and that one is Firework Enthusiasts. Let's go ahead and let that go. Let's just sparkle and shine. Bang, bang, boom. Number 5 is cool too. No, I don't think it spelled it correctly, right? But you get the point now. It's a clean one too. But obviously you have to do some editing in there. But also, keep in mind, you can just tell it to regenerate it over and over until it gets it right too. But now it's actually, you can go back to and save that one and say if you like that template or that layout of that design, go ahead and grab that too as well and create the whole thing correctly. Let's do number 5 next after that one. It's trying to get it, but it's not getting it. Let's go do number 5 now. Alright, number 5 is bang, bang, boom. And then you can literally just, you got 10 ideas, you can say, create me 10 more ideas, right? Bang, bang, boom. Pretty cool, right? And then if you don't like that one too, you can have it regenerated for you too as well. And it's that simple, regenerating. And now, just taking that same concept.
What if you could upload one mini AI-written ebook onto Amazon that could replace your income and change your life forever? Let me show you how to do exactly this in the next 90 seconds. First, open up this app. It's a new AI tool that writes little how-to ebooks in minutes that you can upload onto Amazon, and they'll pay you passive income.
Concept, and just keep it simple too, guys. Don't have to overthink this. You don't have to create some off-the-wall prompt for us. I see some of these people that are creating crazy prompts, and I'm just like, just keep it simple. This is called bang, bang, boom. I would see that says bang, bang right there. I would actually come in there, erase that, and tighten this up. But I think this is a cool design too as well, and maybe some of this too. Let's move on to the next one. Let's upload another one, and let's go ahead with the hot dot with the American flag. And this is a simple one too. And if you come over here and look at that actual design over here on Amazon, we know that it is cranking over here. Let's check this out. You literally just leverage this whole, just start doing research on this. We know that it's cranking over here. And we go ahead and check out, we know that the BSR is what, 36K, right? And then look at, there's some other designs over here too as well. There's another one right there, pretty cool. This one's cool, this one's cool. Look at the all-time sales, again, that's this BSR chart. We're looking at this BSR chart to give us insight. So it made its first sale last month. This type of design, look at it. It's cranking. That's a good sign. The lower the BSR, the more sales that it's making. So keep that in mind. Something simple, really easy, nothing too hard here. And this can be even generated with AI, right? So let's come back over here. What other design ideas can you think of from this design? All right, and we're gonna go ahead and hit the send on that one. So it's the patriotic burger, a 4th of July cupcake. Yeah. Patriotic popcorn, freedom fries, Star Spangled pizza. This is cool. Independence Day ice cream. So create a design for number 1. For 1. Go ahead. Enter. So it's taking that concept and giving it the ID. The AI is reading the image and understanding it, giving us different ideas from here, 10 different ideas, and then we're going into generating the actual image itself. Damn. See how powerful it is? And let's go ahead and hit regenerate. This can make you money right here. This is money right here. So if you're doing print on demand, selling t-shirts, this can make you money. And obviously you have to go into, like, if you want to remove the background, stuff like that. I share some of this on my channel, where you can upscale the image, or you can, remove the background. Very simple, but just focusing on this right now, just giving you an idea of this. Let me go ahead and regenerate one more time, and let's go ahead and let's do a fries, popcorn. Let's do a 4th of July. I think a 4th of July cupcake's pretty cool. Let's do the number 9. This is cool too. This is cool. So it's like, it's not doing the whole, like, the concept all the way, but it's doing the outline of the image. Right, I would keep redoing this until you get it down correctly, and you can just remove the image, and then you can go back here to different ones. Like this one's pretty good. This is pretty cool right here. You can literally just take out that whole image too as well. So let's go ahead and create a design for that 4th, number 8, right? Number 9. Create design. And also to everything that I'm talking about, I will link down below in the description of this video. But we're just different designs like crazy, and literally changing it up too, like adding. Let me see. This one, let's do it one more time. Instead of create a sticker, create a cute sticker design for with bold lines. That one's sick. That one's clean. That one's real dope. Let's try that again. But I think it's getting it down. Right. That's it. So there you go. Kind of get the idea of it, so it's kind of outlining it a little bit better. The bold lines, making it easier for you to basically just, take the background of that image, and then boom, you create something that's really cool. And you can see even over here, so let's, with the hot dog design, right? Taking that concept, the main idea of this concept, and then it generated some different ideas for us. And there's some cool ones in here. Like, the pizza one's pretty cool, the fries are pretty cool, the popcorn, I think that's dope. Soda too, like all these lemonade, ice cream. This whole list that I generated right there, like that's all money right there. That's all the top 10 right there. That's especially for 4th of July. You could do something right there. Now let's go ahead. Let's take the other image. All right, just take it very simple. And just copy and paste and next one in. Take the same template that I'm sharing with you guys. And if you're getting it, make sure if you guys are getting any value out of this video, give it a thumbs up so I can push it into the algorithm. And obviously it's helping me create content for you guys to show you guys stuff like this, good ideas. Freedom helicopter. I'll take that one that I copied over here, right? I'll just copy that one, and then I'll just keep it into there, and then we'll do a patriotic muscle car, freedom bike, every truck. So just go to jet, patriotic jet. We know that jet right here actually is pretty good, so we'll do that. Jets are they're crushing right now. That was 4th of July too. There seems to be a big hit right now too, if you are not doing research and understanding that. So let's go ahead and do that. Let that load up. And remember, you can download any of these images. There's a tool that I was using called Upscale, and you can upscale the image too if it doesn't come out correctly for you. That's it. That's pretty clean. If it's because when you download it here, it's like 1024 by 1024, and if you want to upscale it to 4000 by 4000, you can do that too as well. And maybe the cute sticker is making it a little bit too cute, so you don't have to do that. So you can literally just create a design. Let's see the way that it's doing it their way. Let's do that one more time without putting the cute sticker with bold lines. Let's just see what it does. But obviously, it's kind of outlining the design more by doing that. And dang. Now it has to make sense, right? The design has to make sense. So all the stars that are going on right now, you may want to just take out the background, right, of that flag and put an actual background to it. But this, the jet and the eagle, that is sick. Look at this. Oh yeah, look at this. The information behind it too. So it's going into a little bit more detail about it too. So it's kind of understanding it, reading it, and then just look at that. That is clean, man. This is a gold mine right here. I can go on for days and days. I can literally just take the whole front page and Amazon and all this right here and just start going into detail of different types of designs that I wanted to create for inspiration, and then grab certain images. You can download it, simple and easy download that you can download on your end, right? And you can take it over, upscale it, remove the background, and use these elements into t-shirt designs. I think just removing this flag right here, maybe leaving the fireworks and adding some text in there if you wanted to, that could be a really awesome t-shirt design. And to create a sticker design for with bold lines. So you can also just editing different keywords in here too as well. I've talked about this on my channel where you can just edit certain keywords and use different keywords inside the actual AI prompt to help you generate certain designs. But I think that when you're adding in here, look at this one compared to this one, it's like next level. So you can see how I put cute sticker. This one's, but when you compare it to something like this, you're like, wow, that's really cool. So this is a really cool design when you compare it from this to this. and obviously just editing. It's taking out certain keywords. I kept it simple. You see how I kept it simple right there, and it generated this. Amazing, crazy, crazy, crazy how AI can create certain things like this. But there's a lot of stuff in here, a lot of golden nuggets in here that I'm sharing with you. Literally just rinse and repeat this process to give you inspiration and help you come up with different ideas. That's the name of the game.
If you want to come up with unlimited prompt ideas, watch this video right here next. Thank you very much for watching. Peace out.
This is how I get paid passive income from Apple's App Store without ever making any apps myself. It's actually thanks to a new type of app that Apple has just allowed to be sold in their App Store, and it's called White Label.
Midjourney costs $10 per month. ChatGPT costs $20 per month, which can become quite expensive. Luckily, I've reviewed 7 of the best free AI image generators to give you my favorite free Midjourney alternative. I'll show you the quality it produces, what makes this different, and answer how free is it really. I partnered with CG Dream because I believe it is one of the best tools for you to use. I'll show you step by step right now. First, let's go to cgdream.ai. The first thing that you might be thinking, is the quality up to par? Many free image generators doesn't have very high quality, but as you can see, these images are absolutely stunning. And the reason is because they use a different method of generating the images that I have never seen before, which makes it easier to create what you exactly want. But when I say free, how free is it really? When I click on pricing in the top, you can see that for free we get 1,800 images, which is quite a lot compared to other free image generators. You also get 5 dream up generations per day. I'll show you that in a minute. Concurrent jobs, browsing and search, commercial use, and 2 image variations per job. You can also see that we get these additional features by upgrading. So now that you know that you can generate a bunch of images for free, there are many ways that you can generate images with CG Dream AI, like text to image, image to image, and 3D object to image. So let me show you text to image. All you need to do is go to the bottom. Let's prompt frog with top hat. You might be wondering, why is this different? And that is that they have these filters. What this is a LoRa fine-tuning step to give it more detail and style. As you can see, it recommended this dressed animal, so let's click on that. Let's click on brass steampunk as well. They have hundreds of different filters, so you can customize to your heart's content. Now we can just click on generate, and here is the result. As you can see, straight off the bat, such an interesting and stylized image. Now, if you want to customize it deeper, you can go down to your filters. Now you can select how much or how little you want from this particular filter. So let's go even further on the brass steampunk. Let's go all the way up on dressed animals. I'm also gonna add an additional filter here, which is one of my favorites, called abstract 3D fractals. And let's generate again. And here is the result. As you can see, you just get so much control as he looks almost exactly the same as this, which makes consistent characters a lot easier. Let's play more with the frog. I'm gonna go down to the filters, put the brass steampunk up, clothes down, abstract 3D fractals all the way up. I'll add this organic abstract art as well as ornament abstract art, bump them all the way up and prompt it in the jungle, generate, and this is the result we got in a new style that I've just never seen before. But you might be wondering, what is this dream up option that you can choose? Let's prompt Norwegian woman hovering above the ground with angel wings and armor. This time I'll select some other filters like wings and powers, angel. Let's add the military armor, and then I'll click on this dream up button. The description is let AI enhance image generation and handle the detail. It works best with short prompt. Here you can see the generation, and you can see that in the top they've created a way more detailed description to make it more detailed. I want to play more with it, so let's go up to the top, and I kind of want to see her full body, so let's do the vertical aspect ratio. Let's also add the number of variations here, keep the prompt guidance at the same, and let's add a couple more filters. Maybe the fairy tales filter and the abstract corals. Whoa! If this was the superhero to come save the world, I would say Oh, I'm hurt. Let's see if we can change our location. Let's just get away some of these. Add maybe woman fantasy. I want to put her in New York City. I saw this cityscapes filter and this aerial views. Let's try a Norwegian woman flying above New York City with wings and white armor with golden accents. Yep. That looks pretty cool. I just love the customization on this. We got this one as well, which is just beautiful. So text to image is awesome. Next, I want to show you image to image. But before that, I want to mention that they have a bunch of challenges. You can see here in the rules and prices that all you need to do is to generate a new image or hover on an existing one. Click on the challenge icon to submit your image to the challenge, where they have a bunch of prizes. Anything from abstract art to surrealism to sci-fi, cartoon, even portrait, and the most liked image and even most viewed image. It would be pretty cool to win $150 by just generating an image. So think about that when we're going through the next couple steps. But I'm wondering, what about image to image? As you can see, we can upload a 3D model or an image to guide the image generation. I'm gonna take this photo of me that looks like this. I want to see what happens with zero prompt and trying to apply some of these filters like 3D Redmond V1 and the manga cartoon. Only problem is that I just want to click all of them. Maybe wizard. Oh, it actually doesn't allow me to generate without a prompt, so I'll just say man. Hey, we gotta challenge these tools sometimes. Click on generate. Here you can see the generations. The second variation actually looks very similar to the inspiration photo, but I think two of the filters are matching. So I'm actually gonna delete both of these and only keep the manga cartoon at maximum. I'll also prompt it.
Don't forget your beer in the car.
There we have it. This is actually really good. And I want to try this other image. Let's try the wizard filter and the fantasy art. Prompted man drawing in a book in a cafe, and here is the result. Wow, that is simply mind-blowing. It literally got everything that was in the photo almost, kept the very same composition, made me way more handsome. Even the popping veins in my hand. Let's see if we can make him all the way wizard by upping the filter and applying wizard in the prompt. Wow, there's actually no way. This makes prompting so much easier for beginners, as I didn't say any robe or hat or anything like that. Truly mind-blowing. Now, you might have seen this 2x button on the bottom of the image, and this increases the image resolution, but not the way you think. If I click it, we get a way more detailed image. And what's different between this is you can see that it creates new pixels on top of the pixels that are already there, meaning that you use image generation to upscale. This creates way more detail, so you can get an image with way higher quality detail. So text to image is awesome. Image to image is working amazingly well. But what about this 3D to image? As you can see, you can go in the top here and click on 3D models. Here you can find a lot of high quality
image
3D models. And what you can
tell
do
it
with
what
them
you want
is
it
absolutely
to create a
insane.
picture
Let's
about,
take this car for
and it'll
example.
do it.
It opens in this 3D
I like that car.
space where we can move it exactly the way we want, like this. We of course go down to filters. Let's try sci-fi
That's the new
environment.
AI
Sci-fi
technology
style.
that they.
Prompt it again. Futuristic car driving through a futuristic city. Yep. That looks pretty wild. The amount of customization that is inside of this tool really can't be beat. Let's try to make it even harder for a furry, fluffy car driving through New York City. Let's find some cool filters like this fur, maybe this fairy tales filter, and let's generate again. Okay, I think we made it too hard for it. I'll refine the prompt a little bit. I'll try to remove this fairy tales filter and the fur filter all the way to max, and I'll try this dream generation. Oh my goodness. Now you can show your wife exactly what you want to give to her for Christmas. Yep, I even upscaled it. As you can see, DG Dream has quickly risen to the top of my list of free AI image generators for anybody looking for that easy way to generate stunning images without having to do any of the complicated prompting. Check out cgdream.ai by clicking the link in the description down below. Thank you so much for watching and have fun generating.
I'll put them in the refrigerator for you, honey. There you go.
Hey, listen, if you're building an affiliate marketing business and you're buying courses, just stop.
most of the information is irrelevant. Most of the information is just regurgitated from what everybody else is talking, and everybody else is just repeating themselves. Here's what they'll teach you. They'll basically tell you, hey, go to ClickBank, go to Amazon.
I like when they do that. Boosie,
Isn't
what
it
you
cool
slide
that you get to
honey?
experience whatever you want just because you
Boosie
said
just
so?
slid
Yeah,
around the
right.
corner.
It's really as easy as you let it be. And when
I
you
ain't
start
got
to
no
live
food,
life
baby.
with the end
Just
result,
me.
you'll actually learn this one thing. That once you reach your actual
I ain't got
end,
nothing,
it's going to
baby.
feel like nothing to
I
you.
ain't got
Because you
nothing.
already knew that you were going
What
to
you
get
did?
it eventually. But
I
once
can't
you
let
are
you eat
there,
on
you
me.
have a new challenge. You're going to have to find something else. A new goal. The fact that the physical world doesn't make things we want happen for us fast enough can actually be so discouraging sometimes. But what if I told you you can skip the entire part that makes you feel anxious, the part that makes you feel uncomfortable, just because you don't have it yet? Because once I started to live like I already had everything that I wanted, that's when I realized the goal is not actually the goal. It's what it takes to get there that's actually the stimulating part, the exciting part, and not the achievement. But how do you become what you want? Hi guys, I'm May and welcome to my channel. If you have your hopes and dreams that you want manifested, I'm your girl. Like this video if you want to see more like these, and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. By the way guys, I have started a Patreon, and if you want to join the family and get things like manifestation bundles, digital self-improvement guides, and even access to a special area of my Discord, and watch my new videos before everyone else does, ad-free. You can join my Patreon, link in the description, or link in the video somewhere. By the way, can you see my new YouTube plaque? I just hit 100,000 subscribers, and I'm gonna cry, actually. I can't thank you enough. I already hung it up on my wall. Just kidding, you guys. As I'm filming this video, I think I have around like 30-something thousand subscribers, but I already knew that before I even started my channel, that at least 100,000 people are going to join me. In fact, they need to catch up to me because I'm already there. So this is an example of how this method works. The physical world needs to catch up to you, not the other way around. And that's when everything will get easier for you. But I need to say this. Manifestation without action is only wishful thinking. If you're not already living with the end result in mind yet, and you're trying to manifest something to happen in your life, I'm telling you, throw away all of your little manifestation techniques. I don't care what it is, whether it's robotic affirming or scripting or whatever. You need to realize when these manifestation techniques actually become extra conditions for manifesting, which is not what you want. Let me put it this way. If you're thinking something like, I want my dream life now, but I need money and I need freedom in order to do that, then money and freedom becomes your extra conditions, your limiting belief. And if you're thinking, I want my crush to like me back, but I need to write their name down 100 times and affirm, then writing their name down 100 times and affirming becomes your condition to manifesting. I don't care what you're reading online and who else you're listening to about this. If they have 100 different manifestation techniques for you, they are wasting your time. In fact, you cannot tell me that you cannot get what you want. Please excuse my example, but do crackheads ever say I'm too broke to tweet tonight? No, they get up and they make it happen. If they can do it, so can you. The only method, the only way is to just become it. Live it, or at least think and believe that you're already there. I found this beautiful quote recently, and it basically says if you want a beautiful garden, become the gardener. If you want love, embody love and be the love. And if you want more mental stimulation, change the conversation and say something smart. If you want peace, learn to be peaceful. If you want to fill your world with art, begin to paint and make music and write. And if you want to be valued, respect your own time. If you want to be confident, do what a confident person does. And if you want to live positively and aesthetically, find the positivity and the ecstasy within yourself. So how do you embody? There are 3 essential qualities that you need for turning your real life into your dream life. Delusion, persistence, and gratitude. Delulu is really the salulu. I don't care if you sound crazy. This is the first step to getting whatever you want. The delusion will give you the faith, even when there's absolutely nothing else in your life that is telling you that you should believe in it. Your environment, your physical world is not going to give you your manifestation. It is.
Real estate is for rich people. I don't know if I have enough money to cover the construction budget. I definitely need a real estate license for that. Wrong. In fact, fact, you can create wealth in real estate even if you don't have 100 grand sitting in the bank, even if you have no license, no certification, and even if you don't know how to source all the best deals yet. And I said yet because it's exactly what I'm about to show you. I'm going to walk you through the exact...
It's absolutely all in your head, and only you can allow yourself the manifestation. If you want something bad enough, you're going to dream about it. You're going to be thinking about it all the time. You will be doing all the damn things and all the actions and whatever it takes to get there. It starts with your head, and it starts with delusion. I told you guys this before. I used to be a rational thinker and very realistic, but it was my greatest limiter, and it ruined my life. So for the longest time, I stayed small because that's what the rational thing is to do. But now I'm thinking, what if I deserve everything? There's so much in the world to go around, and the world is an endless cake. The universe is the bakery. Why can't I have a piece? Of course I can. And if you're delusional enough like me, so can you. But then if you're so practical and rational, then maybe you don't get a piece. And then you just got cake blocked by your own rationality. Believe you can get the cake. Be in a world where you can get the cake. I do not want to live in a world where I cannot get cake, okay? Think of it this way. And it's not so delusional of a concept, actually. And when you're delusional, you start seeing signs everywhere. This is natural. This is what happens when you start to move towards your manifestation. But you need to be able to see the signs first. And when it's all you can think about and all you can dream about, you will start to see the signs and you will move towards it. Guys, I swear this is not a masterclass on how to be crazy, okay? But persistence is huge. Persistence in the delusion will give you the strength to keep going when delusion gives you faith. Because even when the world tells you you can't have the cake and it's not giving you any signs, why not? There is nothing between you and the cake. No matter what, I choose to wake up every day where I see a world where everyone can get a slice and they can have second or third helpings if they want to. But if you take away the cake analogy and actually look at how the world or even how capitalism functions, you will start to get a very, very clear picture. This is actually how the world works. You cannot tell me that if you're focused on a quest to live a certain life 247, that you won't eventually get it. It's the only way to get whatever you want. And persistence is how I got everything I wanted. And the only times when I didn't get what I wanted was when I stopped persisting. I gave up too quickly, my strategy wasn't right, and I stopped believing in myself. If the strategy isn't right, change the strategy. Go in a new direction. Keep changing it until you land on the right path to your goal. And I think about my life strategy every day, and I work so hard on it. I feel like with every step that I take, I get closer to it. And I see it all mapped up like I'm Dorothy in the Wizard of Oz walking the yellow brick road towards Oz. But I know I'm already there. Or however it is the story goes, but that's my story. Everything is about starting all over again and learning the process. And that's how you become significantly better at any skill, anything that you want, whatever it is. It's all about how you approach it, not as someone who knows everything already, but really as a child who doesn't know anything, but wanting to learn everything. And then and only then you can let yourself fall in love with the process. Because think of it this way, someone who already knows everything will not be happy learning everything all over again. They're going to be grumpy about it, they're going to be resentful. So if you let yourself become all of it, the good, the bad, including all the pain and suffering that comes with you getting to your goals, welcome it, accept it, let it pass through you. Because this is a part of your journey, it's a part of you. Gratitude lets you appreciate everything that you already have and achievement of your goals and everything else that's yet to come, whether it's small or large, whatever it is. And this is the final step to getting a manifestation. If you're not grateful, the universe will think that you're not deserving, period. And that means you're not being entitled to your manifestation. Nobody owes you anything. The universe doesn't owe you anything. And if you are grateful, the universe will give it to you. Everything that you already have, you will get more. That's what it means to live in abundance. So whatever you think about, you bring about. The gratitude that you have is actually a generator to getting you even more blessings. And you will see that your dream will continually unfold the more grateful you are. So get out of your own way by accepting everything that you have already and being open to more. There's already so many things in our lives and in our society that's not letting us feel grateful. We're always comparing ourselves to other other people, and we're always looking at what we don't have. And even the people who have it, they don't even actually have as much as they say they do. Case in point, look at all of the celebrities pretending to be richer than they are when they're not. Think about it, everyone is faking it till they're making it to some degree. So you literally can't tell me that I don't have something, because I do. It just needs to catch up to me. And I promise you, when you put this in practice, and when you finally manifest your goal, you will only think about what you did to get there. And I know that it's scary, but you already have it. You already have the manifestation, but the only way that you won't have your manifestation is if you give up. And if you haven't liked my video already, give it a like and subscribe to my channel if you haven't. And as always, thank you all for watching. I will see you guys in the next video.
You can sell this $5 spatula on Amazon and compete with hundreds of other spatula sellers. Or you can sell digital card counter. I can change my speed that I want, so maybe I want the cards coming in every 4 seconds. When I hit start game, I can now do this, right? I can now practice my card counting, and it goes on my 4-second timer in this fun styling, and then I can just make a guess after 5 to 10 cards are shown. And I'm going to show you what that screen looks like in a second. Now, I haven't been counting while doing this, so I'm not sure what the count is right now, but I'll just make a little bit of a guess. I have no idea. I'm just going to put -1, submit guess. The count was 1. Okay, so that's kind of cool that I can practice like that. So I can hit continue, and then just keep going through the entire deck. I just wanted to show you that example in specific to show you the power and the advanced reasoning of Claude 3.5 Sonnet. The next use case with Claude 3.5 Sonnet is to create mind maps with it. Now, ChatGPT used to be better at this, in my opinion, using some GPTs, but after being in Claude, I realized how much better Claude actually is at this currently. I'm not sure when GPT 4.0 is going to come out completely. When it does, we'll see how it compares up against this. But right now, mind maps and Claude are a little bit more visually appealing. I feel like I can edit it more, and I have a little bit more fun generating them. So what I said in my Claude prompt bar was create a mind map brainstorming content ideas for the artificial intelligence niche on YouTube. I can send it off. And similar to the system architecture, it generates this huge mind map, and it just looks awesome. I can even edit this if I'd like. But we have AI YouTube content, and it breaks it up into more categories: tutorials, explainers, interviews, news and updates, case studies, debates and discussions, and then it goes into even more categories. And you can use generated knowledge and then put the generated knowledge into here as well. You don't just have to get the knowledge generated in this chat thread. You can have something else generated from another chat thread, throw it in here. You can have a Google Sheet with your ideas, throw it in here, and then get your visual like this. Claude 3.5 use case number 14, the second to last use case, is to use it for deep learning and further research. Now, you can do so many research things, like create research papers with this, with interactive graphs, categories, sections, headings, subheadings, so many different things. You can go crazy on the deep learning aspect side of this, similar to the interactive dashboard I showed you in the beginning of this video. But let me show you an example of how you might be able to create a research paper using Claude 3.5. It just is amazing how it does this. Maybe I'm reading this paper, 25-page PDF on multimodal chain of thought reasoning in large language models, or in just large models, pretty hefty. And let's say I want to create a research paper based around that. I'm going to download this behind my head, and then I'm going to hit save. And then I'm going to head over to Claude, start a new chat, and then I'm just going to drag that PDF in here. And I'm just going to say, create a research poster / paper on this PDF. Use unique visuals and a more complex way of viewing this data. Then I said make this dark mode with yellow and blue accents, create a section of this poster for actionable steps to take. And remember, this is all based off that PDF that's 1,500 lines, right? This entire PDF is taking all this information, it's reading that PDF and creating a research paper / poster for me. So this is going to help me when it comes to actually viewing this data in a better way. Maybe if I find a template that I can use, then we can use tip number 15, which is about to come up, in order to do this for every PDF we get. Take a look at how this did. I think this is just amazing how it breaks the PDF into this fun, interactive poster. As you can see, we were missing an image right here, it just says placeholder. But let's say you want this to be a little more interactive. You can try something like make this an interactive poster and see what it does, if it does anything at all. It says it's going to add expandable sections and dynamic data visualization and clickable elements. So I think making this poster not only a poster with complex viewing compared to the PDF, but also turning it into an interactive poster, it's going to be powerful. So look at this, we now have drop downs. So we can hit these drop downs and kind of go through everything that we want. And of course the spacing isn't all that good, but I think this is pretty sweet how it has interactive graphs and performance comparison for the multimodal chain of thought prompting. Then we have even more things. We can kind of click in here and just edit and manipulate actionable steps. That's awesome. So this is another way to use Claude Sonnet 3.5 is by using it for deep learning, research, and just furthering your knowledge retention by creating more fun things like this from long, drawn-out, boring PDFs. Tip number 15 is going to be an important one, especially if you stuck it out through this entire video, because I know that a lot of you are going to create things that you want, right? You're going to create things that you want to recreate and show people. So I'm going to show you the best way to create a prompt template for your specific project, right? Because after I get done creating the project, this is what I'm doing now. This is how I got this video done in a fairly decent amount of time, is because I had a lot of these prompt templates that you've been seeing me use throughout the video. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. Let's take a look at that example that I just did by making this research paper. And let's say that I want to be able to do this, well, once I complete it, right, and once I get it exactly how I want it, let's say that I want to be able to do this for every PDF I have. I could reply to Claude within the same chat thread and say, give me a prompt I could use to generate this type of interactive poster every single time in Claude. How would I ask you for this after uploading my PDF? I can send it off. And then what it's going to do is give me a prompt. It says you could use a prompt like this. And then in the quotes, it gives me a beautiful prompt that I could use in order to generate something like this every time. And you can just use it whenever you have a new PDF. So creating these prompt templates for your projects in Claude is going to save you a lot of time. Stay down so you don't end up buying 2 accounts like me. Alright, that's all that I have for this Claude 3.5 update. Again, if you want to join a community of AI enthusiasts who are doing stuff like this all day, finding AI news, hopping on live calls together. You know, you even get this classroom section where you're learning about large language models. There's tons of different modules in here on every sector of artificial intelligence. We even have automation systems that go very, very in-depth on how to automate your business. And we really are just staying on top of AI in here. People are in here all day talking, we're making friends, connections, networking. So again, if you want to join this community, I'll leave a link in the description or the top pinned comment. But with that being said, that's the Claude 3.5 Sonnet update. I hope you enjoyed this. If you enjoyed this type of content, please like and subscribe for more. I'm going to be staying on top of this, mainly in the community, but also here on YouTube. Alright, with that being said, I appreciate you watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
See this property on Zillow? It's an undiscovered gold mine. Now here's why. Because you could potentially collect recurring checks from properties just like this one without having to rent or own the property. Let me repeat that. You can potentially collect recurring income checks from properties all over North America without having to rent or own any property. Here's how it works. Step number 1, go to Zillow.com and type in your city. Step number 2, click on a property that's for rent. This property has been sitting empty on Zillow for the last 42 days, which means the landlord is losing money and needs your help. Step number 3, copy the address. Step number 4, paste the address into the Airbnb Analyzer app and click this big blue button. The Airbnb Analyzer app shows that this property can potentially make 2.5 times its long-term rental rate as an Airbnb. So what do you think the landlord will do when you show them how much revenue their property can generate on Airbnb? I'll tell you what they won't do.
This is the real-life limitless pill. If you've seen the movie, you know that a single pill can double your IQ and give you non-stop energy. I didn't know about that. This pill was only $15 on the internet. In this episode of Real vs. Real, I try a bunch of smart drugs and dive into the controversial world of nootropics, starting with this one. In the 2011 film Limitless, NZT-48 gives our protagonist Eddie perfect recall, higher attention to detail, more energy, and a charisma boost. Sounds great. I'm in. First up is Brain Booster. Basically like the Alpha Brain supplement Joe Rogan takes with phosphatidylserine, whatever, being a main ingredient at 20%. 34,000 Amazon reviews can't be wrong, right? While I give it some time to kick in, let's learn about nootropics themselves. Odds are you've taken them. Wait, what? Yes, in the
take it before a podcast, and I'd be like,
What about us average citizens?
More people probably use nootropics than we realize, from CEOs of major corporations to politicians and world leaders.
When I suddenly become a super genius like what we see on TV and movies.
Not at all. It's a myth that we only use a percentage of the brain. The movie Limitless is based on this idea that we only use a percentage of the brain, and I think it's very important to dispel that myth.
It's been a few hours and I feel fine. I prepped for a shoot, went on a 90-minute walk, gave Yen a bath, met with clients, drove to my partner's for dinner, and did more work. I did win on a scratch ticket, so maybe it made me lucky, but overall, I don't feel any different. So, not exactly NZT. Sorry, Joe Rogan. On to the next one. This is Genius Mushroom, which uses a variety of mushrooms, not those mushrooms, to give you focus and clarity. 40.
A myth that we only use a percentage of the brain. The movie Limitless is based on this idea that we only use a percentage of the brain, and I think it's very important to dispel that myth.
It's been a few hours and I feel fine. I prepped for a shoot, went on a 90-minute walk, gave Yen a bath, met with clients, drove to my partner's for dinner, and did more work. I did win on a scratch ticket, so maybe it made me lucky, but overall, I don't feel any different. So, not exactly NZT. Sorry, Joe Rogan. On to the next one. This is Genius Mushroom, which uses a variety of mushrooms, not those mushrooms, to give you focus and clarity. 42,000 Amazon reviews can't be wrong. Oh, and apparently you need to take 3 of them on an empty stomach, which is a lot, but they don't taste bad. I did a little gardening in my work clothes, apparently, and was off to a great cognitive start by promptly forgetting my car keys in the house and arriving 30 minutes early to a screening room. I then met with a client and took lunch in my car.
So far I'm doing good. I don't feel any more energetic than I normally am. And normally I have coffee first thing in the morning. But right now I don't feel any different than I normally do. I don't know. I will say one thing is usually around 2 o'clock p.m. I get a crash where I'm just absolutely exhausted. So we will see if that happens. Right now it is about 1:30 and I'm taking lunch a little late. But that's okay. We'll see if I actually get tired or not.
I'm no CEO, but I am a busy woman, and a real-life Limitless pill would help tremendously. In Limitless, Eddie uses it to gain incredible wealth, and the movie ends with him running for Senate. Can a single pill do this at $20 and 2-day shipping?
For the most part, I would not personally buy anything off of Amazon to use as a cognitive enhancer. And I would assume that someone is just trying to sell me something to make money. Many of those substances have not been shown to improve cognitive performance at all. All they're doing is making you have very expensive urine.
It is the end of the day, and I actually feel good. You know, out of all of them, I thought this was going to be the most gimmicky and the one that I was going to make fun of. I feel pretty darn awake. Normally by this time, when I come home, I am done with work. I mean, I just did about a 10-hour day with driving an hour each direction. And I'm not tired because normally by 6 p.m. I'm done. I just want to eat dinner, shower, and I go straight to bed. But I actually feel pretty awake, almost like it's 11 a.m. instead of 6 p.m. So I don't know, you know, I was going to make fun of this, you guys. I was going to joke about how stupid mushrooms weren't going to do anything, but I mentally feel really good. I don't feel a buzz or anything. I just don't feel exhausted. I did swap out my $20 scratch ticket and won 40, so I'm even luckier. My modafinil has arrived, but before it did, I actually took another type of nootropic that anybody could go buy right now for less than $5 at the grocery store. Red Bull. I'll be drinking the Japanese green edition, but the ingredients are the same. Niacin, taurine, B12, caffeine, and sugar. I went to work, taught my editing class, and finished it by lunch. Afterwards, it rained in true Colorado fashion and ruined my outdoor shoot. Normally around this time I'm pretty tired because I've taught 2 classes and I'm on my feet all day long, but I am surprisingly, I'm very awake. I can feel that I'm wired. There's so much caffeine, taurine, niacin in a Red Bull that I'm just like, wow! So I do not feel like not doing anything. Let's see how this goes. On the way home, I swapped out that $40 ticket and won $100. Even better. Once I got home, I edited for another 6 hours like it was no big deal. And then that night, I Red Bull crashed.
I had a couple Red Bulls. Have you ever had a Red Bull? I never had a Red Bull before, but I had a Red Bull last night and I really like Red Bull.
Hey, Carl, you okay? But how does this stack up against one of the most well-known but costly nootropic?
Ever heard of white gold? That's what they call lithium, and we at Energy X have a map to the treasure. Our journey began.
Modafinil is another drug worth mentioning. It's not a common drug that everybody is using, but I think you're going to hear a lot more about it in the next decade. I say modafinil is a safer amphetamine. You know, like that's sort of like saying something's a little safer than cocaine. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's harmless either, or it has no risk of abuse or effects on the cardiovascular system. If you start using modafinil regularly, you could very well find yourself in the position that you can't function as well as you used to if you aren't using it.
So this is definitely working now. I can feel it. It's almost the same effect as caffeine or Red Bull, where I can feel it. It's almost like it's like prying my eyeballs open. I'm forced to have my eyes open and be awake and alert. I'm about ready to leave. This will make driving intense. 90 minutes later, we were at the Stanley Hotel to film the next Real versus Real on ghost hauntings, and I was clearly feeling it. I am actually on my first night.
Do it. Go for it.
Time me. Blind. We gotta go. They're gonna leave us, and then we're gonna die. While it made me hyper and awake, I actually feel like it stunted my creativity. It's like I could only focus on one thing at a time when I'm normally used to multitasking and thinking about a lot of things at once to increase productivity and have a lot of ideas. But I think the modafinil just made me focus on a single task. It was kind of hard to think outside the box. I'm hungry. And while this was a fun experiment, true smart drugs remain beyond our current reach. When they do arrive, there will be major ethical battles over it. Limitless touches on this, showing that those with pharmaceutical power can gain financial and political power as well.
I think it's sort of normal for people to seek out efficient and effective solutions to maximize our behavioral fitness. We all recognize our time and energy are limited, but there are huge ethical concerns that keep me up at night sometimes, especially when I think about students and athletes taking these drugs. I mean, it's one thing for a fighter pilot or maybe a surgeon who's been up for 18 hours. It's another thing altogether for a college student to take this to do better on an exam. Think of the term like as a cognitive steroid rather than a nootropic. What about the unfair advantage that you're doing, and how does this factor into our concerns about equity? Most certainly those things will be available to the most privileged as well, and that's something I think to keep in mind, that I think it will just fuel disparities.
But for now, modafinil remains a mythical nootropic that gives you superpowers. Except, I used some of those $100 winnings to buy a $50 scratcher, and I won $150, so you tell me how this works. On that note, let's put it to the test. I took one last modafinil dose to see if this is the real life NZT. Can you really increase your IQ with just a single pill? Wait, did I get dumber? If you enjoyed this video, you'll love the energy of a real-life sword fight. You can watch that video right here.
If you want to learn how to edit really well from professional Hollywood editors, we're going to show you the stuff that nobody else is teaching.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. Today I'm going to show you how to create a fully autonomous AI marketing system. This AI automation will research topics about your business and automatically create social media posts as well as blog articles that you can share with your audience. The model that images will all be produced by AI. The reason why I've opted to do a fully generated model is so that as the technology of AI improves, so will this model. We can continue to build it and use it to have a fully autonomous business in the future. Okay, so let's take a look through the model. It's actually quite extensive, but it's much more simple than it looks. Usually I would use Google Sheets, so in previous videos I've used Google Sheets. Today I've opted for Airtable. There is a technical reason for that that I'll reveal at a later date in another video. But let me just explain quickly how this model works, and then I'll go into a bit more depth so that you can understand and perhaps build it yourself. So what it's doing is it's scraping information out of Airtable. So I'm going to quickly show you what Airtable looks like. You can see here I have information about the business. The reason it's set up like this is so that I can change this information and plug and play any business. Let's say I want to replicate this model with a different business, then I only need to change this information in this notes column. So it will scrape this information and it will feed all this into the text aggregator. What the text aggregator does is it will take all of these cells and combine them, so it will get all the information about the business. It will then feed this into Perplexity AI. Perplexity AI is a bit different from ChatGPT because ChatGPT has limitations on the information that it indexes within its database. Perplexity AI has much more extensive reach and can scrape information from the internet. So it's a great research tool. So it will scrape the information and feed that into ChatGPT. ChatGPT will then summarize and compile the information in a more understandable way into this model here, which actually creates a prompt for DALL-E, which I'll show you later. All of this information is then put back into Airtable in the outputs column. You can see that it's run a few times here already. And the image prompt will go in the image prompt column. It will then be picked up by this series of ChatGPT here, which will then create a social media post, an image, and then it will post it out of Instagram. The same for Facebook, except we've added a image formatter, which will change the resolution and optimize it for our Facebook post. On the bottom row, we actually create an SEO blog article, a series of information that need to be inputted into the WordPress REST API, and also an image formatter. So after the blog has been created, we'll create this image and then we'll update the post so that the post has the image on it. From there, it will be then condensed into a LinkedIn blog post. This LinkedIn here will fire out the blog article onto the Fizzy LinkedIn page. I'm going to show you how this quickly works, and then we'll jump into a bit more detail about how to build it. Okay, so let's quickly look at the outputs and see what's being created. So let's start with Facebook here. Elevate your business with Fizzy social media and design expertise. Okay, that's great. It has some sources here that I will check and verify later, but I have asked it in the automation not to create fictional sources. Okay, great. This one looks good. Inserted the link so people can visit it, and a cool graphic as well, created by AI. Okay, jumping on to Instagram. Unlock your business potential with Fizzy. Did you know 71% of customers are likely to recommend a brand they've had a positive experience with on social media? That's a fantastic selling point to why I utilize Fizzy as a service. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is awesome. I've also asked it to include this phrase at the bottom, which is that this post was wholly generated by AI, and to no more comments social on autopilot. I have asked it to do this on all three platforms because I want to engage people in the comments. So if people come and comment social on autopilot, they can learn more about this current project that I'm demonstrating. I highly encourage you to come and try it out for yourself. Okay, so jumping onto LinkedIn, let's have a look. In today's digital age, social media is an indispensable tool for businesses aiming to reach their target audience effectively. Yeah, great statistics here from LinkedIn, offering partnership with Busy and Hootsuite as well. We can just click on the link and it will drop us into the blog post. The blog post has been created with headings that are actually responsive, so it's outputted in a format that is WordPress ready, which is good for SEO. There could be a few upgrades such as links in the future, but I think overall this is a great first attempt. So in detail how this was created. As mentioned, we have the Airtable here, which has all the input information about the business. So when something changes here, or I can ask it to run on a timer such as once a month, which is what I'm going to do with this automation so that people can explore, and you'll see one of these posts cropping up once a month and we'll revisit this topic together. It will compile the information in the inputs, all the business information in here. So just to show you how that's done, you can see here, we've got the field name, nodes where the business information is, and then it will use the column ID. That's fantastic. It will then use this aggregator to aggregate the information in the separate rows in the Airtable. It then feeds it into Perplexity AI, create an extensive and in-depth research about the business and industry based on the information provided. Okay, you are a research assistant, so we're using the assistant function here, on the hunt for topics and ideas to create high volume of search traffic for the business. Now the reason I've said this is because I want trending topics, and trending topics often get a lot of search traffic, so we're going to look for things that are on trend. Write as an in-depth summary on a topic with as much up-to-date information as possible. Add supporting data where possible. So we want it to be authenticated and realistic so that it can convince people that are reading the outputs later on. Take the content and turn it into a long, detailed, coherent article with references on, to data and statistics which make justifications based upon the research about why the business would be an effective solution. After the Perplexity AI module, we'll feed into the first ChatGPT module. Extend the topic and add more information. So we're going to create more information. I think that ChatGPT is a better text-based model, and it has a lot of data, so it can create and add information around research topics. It's going to add keywords to make it SEO blog ready, and it will quote recognized sources from the Perplexity AI model. It will then feed into another ChatGPT module to transform the text into a prompt for DALL-E. We'll then feed both sets of information into the Airtable in the outputs column. So we can see here, if we go to outputs and go down here, we can see that we have these image prompts for DALL-E and also the sources. So as we go back into the module, this one here, I won't go through all of them, but you get the picture that it's going to create an Instagram caption based upon the information that's fed into here. Use adequate line spacing. Please don't include any of the asterisks, speech marks, or hashtags in the copy. And then at the end, please add this sentence. We will then use the prompt from earlier to create our DALL-E image from the Airtable. Now, a reason why I've selected to do it from the Airtable rather than from the GPT module is that for some reason it prefers to use text from the Airtable or another source compared with a ChatGPT module. I'm not entirely sure why. I always get an error when I'm using a GPT module in DALL-E. So this is the reason why I put that image prompt in Airtable. Also, it's very organized and we can see all the prompts and information next to each other. I've effectively done the same for Facebook, except I've included one extra addition, and that is that we have a formatter on Facebook, but not on Instagram. So I've had to add this format in here. You can see here we can upload from photo URL, but on Facebook we're going to upload as a JPEG that has been converted twice, once from the DALL-E input and once from the image converter here. Okay, so now I'll show you how we created the last string, which is how we created the blog and the LinkedIn article. Here we have, based upon the text, create an SEO blog article, do not include the title in the body, and output in HTML. Add the following copy at the end, we probably should be familiar with this, and then output for WordPress blog text format. It's very important because it will output for WordPress specifically. If you don't do this, you'll see a lot of HTML in the body of the text, such as asterisks where it should be bolded. If you add this in the system, it will output and be specifically for WordPress, which means that you'll have headers and subheadings, which are also great for SEO. Next, we want to create, so we want the title and we want it outputted in alphabet only. The reason why I've stated this is because quite often ChatGPT will put quotation marks around the titles. After that, we move on to creating the description, so a short excerpt for the blog, and then a hyphenated slug, so that we have a web slug that is unique to each blog post that we create. And again, please don't include quotation marks. ChatGPT loves to do this for short text outputs. And then create an image based upon this. Again, same image prompt as
Have you heard about these people who make recurring income by becoming digital landlords? They'll rank a website on Google within a local niche market, and then rent that website to a local business owner who needs the leads and traffic. They own digital real estate, and they rent it. Entrepreneur Nick Wood scaled this model to over 6 figures per month in 8 months. For a long time, Nick had been building websites and using his SEO.
It seems like everyone is dropping dope content. Like, everything looks good. I actually get caught up doom scrolling, looking at everyone's content and intimidating myself, saying, my content doesn't look like that. If it did, I'd be getting thousands of views. Please tell me I'm not alone with this, where I'm scrolling minutes, even hours, just scrolling and comparing. Please don't tell me I'm the only one. I've watched hundreds of videos, but yet I realized something. Some of the most viral content have 3 simple elements in their videos. They all have captions just like this. They all have motion, whether it's zoom in and zoom out, or I'm looking here and then I'm looking there. The third one is audio design or sound effects, which makes it very intriguing, fun, and it catches your attention. But how do we, the average person, probably a team of 1, have the same effects and have our content stand out? Because you're probably tired of making all these videos and it's not working. This is where AI comes in. And no, I'm not talking about ChatGPT, because that's not the answer for everything. And that's no shade to ChatGPT. Shout out to ChatGPT, but this is just not this video. But in this video, I'm going to be talking about 3 AI tools I use on the regular to help my content stand out, whether I have time to create at home or whether I'm on the go. And these AI tools are not hard to use, I promise you. Let's get right into it. This first tool I've been using for over a year, not only for myself, but for some big accounts like E.T. the Hip Hop Preacher, aka Dr. Eric Thomas, who by the way has over 2.2 million followers, which the tool is called Submagic. Now, Submagic has some of the best caption styles out there. And you've seen probably a few, like Alex Hormozy, Ali Abdal, Mr. Beast, Iman, and so many more. And you can test each style of them out to see what fits best for your video. I do this pretty much every morning because E drops a video 3 a.m. and so I'm testing out the different styles based off the video. So I'm not just sticking with one and running with it. I'm testing out based off the energy of the video, the style of the video, and just seeing, okay, does this one make it pop? Maybe we need to do more simple style. Maybe we need to make it just be bold and wild. So test it out, see what you like. Now remember, another part of standing out is motion. So they also have auto zoom and AI B-roll with just a click of a button. And this is super convenient because let's say you don't have a 2-camera situation like I do. Like I could look here and I could look here, but not everybody has that option. So with the auto zoom, it instantly makes you zoom in and zoom out, and you don't have to have 2 cameras to be able to do that. Now with the B-roll, it's pretty cool, especially if you're just doing like a talking head video and you don't have anything to really distract your audience. This is going to allow to create extra footage to kind of visualize the story that you're telling them. And of course it has sound effects that you can add to your videos, and it even has music that be able to set the tone. And they have a free trial because you know I love to try things to see if I really like it before I commit to it, because these subscriptions are getting really expensive, and yeah, so just try it out, see if you like it. The second one is a sleeper, and that's Caption AI. This one right here, this one right here, captions, check. Motion, going zoom in and zoom out, check. Doesn't have the B-roll like Submagic though. Sound effects, check. But this is why I call it a sleeper, because it cuts your long form videos into clips for Reels, TikToks, YouTube Shorts, and everything you may need for social media content. It also has AI eye contact, which if you're looking down, it instantly brings your eyes up to the camera and lets you look directly to it. And one of my favorite parts is AI translations, which I could be speaking English 1 second, y luego estar hablando español en la siguiente. Pretty cool, right? I use this on the go all the time because they continue to add AI features. Like now they just added AI avatars and AI ads. But it is missing some features that Submagic has. But check it out. Now this last one is the OG, I feel, which is CapCut. If you've been following me for a while, you know I love me some CapCut. What it's mainly known for is being a video editor, whereas the other two, you can probably just trim the video to what you want. This one will allow you to do full-blown edits. I'm talking about transition, text, green screen, masking, volumes, audio, everything that you need to do to edit a video, it does that. But I'm not here to talk about the video editing situation. I'm here to talk about some other features that it has. One, it has thousands of templates. This is going to be really dope for those people who don't like to edit or who don't feel like they know how to edit. You can go through one of their thousands of templates to kind of just do a plug and play. You add your videos or your pictures and it creates the whole video for you. And it'll add, like I said, the motion and the sound effects all together. It has also trending audio. Now right inside of CapCut, it also does captions. It has a huge sound effects library, and the motion on there is crazy. You can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can go turn all the way around, whatever type of motion that you want. Plus, it has even effects that allow you to do motion. I love using CapCut on the go. I think recently they just did a web version of it, but I use it more on my phone. Of course, it's missing some of the things from Captions AI and Submagic, but overall, it's a really good all-in-one video editor. Now, I did get all into special effects in Deathhole 9 because, to be honest with you, not all videos that have the special effects go viral. Some actually do really bad numbers, to be honest with you. And we're getting into a phase of where some of the videos are a lot more simpler than maybe before. It's really starting to be about the storytelling and how are you making your audience feel included. But even once we get the storytelling together, we still have to worry about the retention. And so these tools are going to definitely help. So quick recap, to make your video stand out, you're going to need captions, motion, and sound effects. And 3 AI tools that's going to allow you to do that is going to be Submagic, Caption AI, and CapCut. Of course, I'm going to put all the links to these AI tools in the description below. Plus, if you want to learn more about these AI tools and how it applies to your content strategy, I got an AI toolkit that's going to help you in 14. 15 days, turn your idea into content with AI. So go check that out too. So which one are you going to use first? Is it going to be Submagic? Is it going to be Captions AI? Or is it going to be CapCut? Or which one do you already use? Drop that in the comments. And don't next video.
The world's most advanced cleaning robot. An always clean mop. A mop that self-cleans 170 times per minute, resulting in an extensive UV certified deep clean.
Managed WordPress hosting by Hostinger. Here are 3 super features to improve.
Today's video is less of an AI tool that will increase your workflow productivity and more of here's something fun that's AI based that really makes you think about the nuanced and novel ways that AI can be applied. In the future, everything will be generated, not retrieved from a database. Check this out. Ladies and gentlemen, this right here is WebSim AI. This is an AI-based website that generates websites on command using AI. And it does so in a very interesting way. It's not like an AI website builder tool, it's an AI exploration tool almost. You can see if you go to the general websim.ai site, you can see there's a bunch of community-made AI websites. Now we're going to take a look at some of those later. First off, I want to show you how it works. As you can see, the website itself looks like a browser window on your desktop, and don't get it confused with your real one up here, which is something that I made the mistake of doing several times. As you can see, it says HTTPS websim AI. I'm going to delete that, and let's go to a brand new website. Let's go to matsfavoritelemons.co.uk, and then we'll press enter. And what happens next is really quite magical. It will load, in quotes, the website, but actually what's happening is the AI in the background is making your website from scratch, and yes, it's a real website, it's real HTML code that it's making, but it all happens in... We have Matt's favorite lemons, about Matt's lemon obsession. It comes up with this whole backstory on Matt. I'm on a quest to discover and share the most extraordinary lemons from around the world, the top 5 lemons. I'm surprised, usually it will generate pictures, but in this case it did not generate pictures. But it's a fully functional website. Let's say I click on like Lemon Festival over here. It actually changes the URL at the top to say lemonfestival.co.uk, and it creates a whole brand new website based off that previous one. And you can see it links back to the previous Matt's Lemon Guide there, so it also follows the same exact theme. So it's really interesting stuff. You can get really creative, and just by coming up with like a URL, you can have all of these crazy creative websites, and it's like exploring the web from an alternate universe or an alternate dimension. It's like interdimensional cable from Rick and Morty, but for websites, and it all happens on command with AI. Again, the future with AI is all generative, so think about it. Generative TV shows, generative websites, generative everything. Think about when these things are customized for you, or customized around the data that you have built up about yourself online. There is a lot to think about, and this is sort of like a little peel back into the future. They do have some other features as well. Like right over here, we've got a bookmark feature and a save feature. So I can bookmark this site for later, and you can see I've saved a couple of ones to show you. I think the like one just contributes to like making it a community website that will show up often in the search page. I don't know. I know that the WebSim AI website here is kind of like this new beta thing. A lot of people just not to make a video about it because they wanted to hog it for themselves, but you know, I crash websites sometimes, but I gotta share the love. I gotta share the cool little AI entertainment tools, whatever it might be. I gotta share them. I can't gatekeep stuff. Okay, so let's start to get a little bit fancier. Let's see if we can make this thing actually come up with a video game. Let's say keep the apple safe from the snake.game. What will it try to do here? Obviously, it doesn't work out perfectly every time, and we can't really expect it to. It's definitely generating some code in the background there. Let's press start game. Okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. There's some objects floating in. Apple safe 1. Apparently we're doing a pretty good job. Game over, the snake got the apple. Like, is this the snake? Where is the apple? It's still a cool concept. Like, it's so interesting to see the way the AI interprets things and just generates them on command based off of what the URL might possibly look like in this alternate dimension or alternate reality. Let's say physicssimulator.gg. Physicssimulator.gg. Explore the laws of nature through interactive simulations. Whoa, look, it's got all of these simulations you can try, and again, these haven't been generated yet, but once I click on them, it makes a new link on a new website and generates it all for you. It's cool because this wasn't really possible before, but now with the advent of faster good large language models like Claude 3.5 Sonnet or GPT-4o, these things are now possible, coding in real time almost. I mean, it's almost like loading up a website in the early 2000s or something. Like, that's how fast these AIs can build a website in HTML. So let's just start off with the pendulum chaos, and obviously if you middle click, classically like a real web browser will open up a brand new tab and generate this, so I can go back to that original website if I want to. And by the way, yes, you can go up to the top here, just copy this link and share the website with anyone. They're real, actual websites that are all hosted on WebSim AI. That's why I'm kind of a little bit worried about making this video, because, you know, decent amount of viewers, you guys might make a lot of websites, you might crash everything. I don't know what's going to happen. Okay, double pendulum, length of pendulum, does this actually work? Start simulation. Oh, it is working! It's actually doing a real physics simulation. The gravity is a little bit low though, I think. Length of pendulum too. I think the pendulum, oh, I can increase the mass, the gravity, and all actually reflects in real time. I'm impressed by this. Look at that. Oh, and it has a real trail too. Look at this. Wow, this is kind of like a pretty advanced thing for an AI to just generate all at once. I mean, it's a whole website made in almost real time, right? Look at that, and it actually gives you some information, highly sensitive to initial conditions. Oh, this is like an actual double pendulum. I understand now. I understand what simulation this is supposed to replicate. Look at the trail. This is really cool. I don't think the gravity goes high enough for this to actually work, and I don't think the physics simulation is working exactly as intended, but this is really cool. Again, folks, these AI models are getting better every single day, and people forget that. Oh, look, see, it does have the ability to generate images, as I said, so, you know, now we got all these nice images. Let's try the particle collider, and all of this is being generated in real time. Again, like, you can almost kind of forget that's how fast it is. Everything kind of loads up, and you're like, oh, my internet's just a bit slow. Nope, there is the code being written in real time by Claude 3.5, I think, is the model we're using right now. Yeah, Sonnet 3.5, you can see GPT-4o, Haiku. Alright, so start collision, okay? This seems to actually be working again. I'm pretty impressed by this. Proton, electron, neutron. I mean, this is really cool, man. It's just actually doing it. This one actually seems to be working like somewhat flawlessly. I mean, you physics people, let me know, because physics was never my department. Look, it shows you how many particles are detected down below. Total energy, various subatomic particles. I mean, this is a simulation, guys, of your body right now. This is what's going on at the subatomic level. Man, I'm really impressed by all this. Alright, black hole gravity. Again, we're loading it up. It all gets generated in real time. Everything starting to actually pop up into place. Look at this, it gives you like a what's happening. I mean, this is like something you'd see in, I don't know, a museum of some sort. Maybe. Museum of Science. You can actually change the mass and it grows as well. Observer distance. Alright, we can add an accreditation list, toggle gravitational lensing. Alright, I don't know exactly what we're working with here, but I don't think it's working correctly. Wave interface now. Okay, frequency, wave amplitude. I mean, look at it generate like understanding wave frequency and all this stuff. It's incredible. I get my mind blown quite frequently being in the position that I'm in, but this is really cool. This one looks like it actually works pretty good. This also might happen sometimes. It doesn't load all the way, so our simulation isn't really interactive right now, but that's more or less just the API either being slow or I don't know exactly what's going on. Anyways, I think that's a good demonstration of the capabilities that these large language models have to essentially generate websites in real time. Now, let's have a little bit of fun. We're going to stay on the physics simulator website, but we're going to do /sim/human hand. So now it's supposed to be a simulation of a human hand. You can get specific with it, and you can kind of almost prompt it in a way. Look at this. Control the thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger, gravity. Look at all this. Let's see. Gripping an object, piano playing, writing, simulation. Is it going to be able to do all this? Probably not. Okay. Yeah, okay. Looks like this one was a little bit too complicated. It kind of just made the framework for it, but pretty cool nonetheless. You can also do funny things like instead of Instagram, we can do Instagram Cracker. And you can see it will essentially generate a fake parody website of Instagram for graham cracker enthusiasts. And it does like a pretty good job. Obviously it's trying to generate images in the background to support stuff like this, but we do have, you know, comments and likes and captions, which is pretty funny. But I just had an idea. You see profile, we could continue on this website and do profile/user/Snoop Dogg. What does Snoop Dogg's profile look like on the graham cracker parody website? You can see it kept the same exact theme. He has 420 posts, 420 million followers, and he's following 1337 people. Drop it like it's hot, graham cracker connoisseur, CEO of Snoop's Munchies Inc. So it did, again, a pretty good job here. You can see it even gave him a check mark to say that he's been followed. And yeah, I mean, obviously it didn't generate the rest of it here, but, you know, again, this is more of like a play-around website, more of just exploring some concepts and some ideas, rather than something that is meant to make your life more useful. Another really funny thing you can do is do government websites. So we'll type in usgovernment.gov/welcome our new alien overlords. And now we get a nice government website saying intergalactic communique. Greetings. We, the Galactic Federation of Zorp, have assumed control of your planet. Resistance is futile. As your president, I want you to assure that we're working tirelessly to address this unprecedented situation. Wow, they promised advanced tech, universal healthcare, and an end to climate change in exchange for our cooperation. Click here to pledge allegiance to Zorp. See, this is the stuff that I love. I mean, the background prompting, maybe a little bit comedy-based or something, because it seems to do stuff like this quite often. Well, we have to pledge our allegiance. Thank you for your compliance, human. Your cooperation has been noted in the Great Zorpian database. Thank God. usgovernment.gov/whoops, we blew up Ohio. If you live in Ohio, I'm sorry. Not really. Who lives in Ohio anyways? Urgent alert. The U.S. government regrets to inform citizens of an unforeseen incident involving the state of Ohio. Due to a series of highly improbable events and an unfortunate clerical error, Ohio has accidentally been misplaced. Geographical realignment. Misfiled requisition form for an experimental quantum tunneling technology. Overzealous intern with access to wrong set of buttons. We are working tirelessly to relocate Ohio and bring it back to its rightful place. God bless America and God help us find Ohio. Ohio sighting hotline 1-800-FIND-OHIO. Ohio tracker. Oh, we gotta know. Guys, we misplaced Ohio. I feel like this is the perfect website for streamers to have, like, a lot of fun with, you know? We have the last known coordinates, subject to quantum fluctuations. So we have some 2023 sightings here, July 6th. Brief Ohio-like landmass spotted in the Pacific Ocean. Reports of corn growing in unusual patterns across the Midwest. Possible Ohio influence. Report an Ohio sighting. And of course, yeah, we can type in here, submit sighting, time since disappearance. Oh man. U.S. government portal official Ohio tracker. I love it. Alright, let's go to a new website. This time we're gonna do order galactic pizza for delivery. Milky Way. I think the silly, goofy stuff is easily the most fun to mess around with. I don't know if you guys agree with me. Again, this is like Completely free to use. I don't know how free it's going to stay after I make, obviously a video on it. The costs can go pretty high through the roof. Galactic Pizza Delivery. Our cosmic menus: Supernova Supreme, Meteor Mozzarella, Alien Veggie Delight. Place your intergalactic order, your name, planet/space station, galaxy. Select your pizza, and then quantity. Okay, so going back home, you can see that there are, liked from today, a week, a month, and there's also brand new websites that are being made all the time. Oh, nice, we have the ASI Emergency Shutdown Protocol. Let's check this one out. Warning, ASI Emergency Shutdown. Let's click the shutdown. Oh, we have to have the code.
If you sell courses or coaching online, please don't skip this ad. Give me just 2 minutes. I think this will really help you. You've probably noticed already, but marketing online is getting harder. It's certainly not getting any easier. Sales funnels are more complex and don't convert as well. Traffic strategies are really, really difficult to get content.
With the release of OpenAI Assistant API, it's now easier than ever for small and medium-sized businesses to develop and deploy AI agents. First, I always say that you should not compare them with your own employees, because typically you need a lot more agents than you need employees. But even now, you can already significantly optimize your business and scale your operations without raising the overhead costs. However, it's not all smooth sailing. There are, of course, some critical decisions that, if made incorrectly, could set you or your client off track for months. So that's why I wanted to make this video now and answer the 12 most common questions I've been asked about where and how to integrate AI agents in SMBs. Let's dive in. Okay, first question. Where in small to medium-sized businesses would be best to implement AI agents? Yes, this is hands down the most common question. And it seems like there are a lot of misconceptions on that. So a key insight that I've discovered from delivering our agents as a service clients is that there are no two agents that are exactly the same. Even if we develop two accounting agents, typically there's nothing similar between them except for the name. One agent might connect to QuickBooks while another one connects to Xero. Some companies might want to analyze invoice images in Slack, while others do accounting weekly or daily. So essentially, what I'm trying to say is that each business has its own unique processes, so the best places to implement AI agents will also be completely unique. There are, of course, some use cases that can be effective for most businesses. We'll talk about them later. But to determine specifically what to focus on in your business, you have to look at the most problematic processes, which gets us to the question number 2, where will AI agents make the best return on investment for a business owner? So here we consider two things: time to implement an agent and the rate of an employee currently responsible for that process. Time to implement an agent can vary significantly from project to project, which is why I always recommend working with a professional, and this is where AI agent developers come in. Some key factors to consider are the number of APIs that the agent must connect to, complexity of each API, number of custom tools required, and the number of steps involved in the process. The rate of an employee is obviously much easier to determine. The higher the rate, the bigger the return on investment. However, keep in mind that the number of employees currently performing this process also makes a difference. For example, if you have 10 people doing the same task, it's obviously going to bring a much larger return. Okay, question 3. Where could AI automation be implemented in such businesses? AI automation should be placed anywhere where you know exactly how things can unfold. For example, if you know the exact email templates or prompts that you need to use based on how you classify the lead, then it's just an AI automation. However, when there is some decision making involved throughout the process, like if you first have to do some research on the company and then take other certain actions based on the result, then it should be handled with an AI agent. A good rule of thumb is that you can always visualize an AI automation, but you cannot always fully visualize a process for an AI agent. Question 4. What are some universally applicable use cases that yield significant ROI for any types of business? Yes, this is a very common question, and any analytics or information sharing use cases typically fall under this category. You see, every company in 21st century is a data company. Even brick and mortar businesses nowadays have servers and save almost all of your data. So companies that don't make data-driven decisions always fall behind. Not only AI agents can significantly boost your decision-making process, but also information sharing and analytics use cases are typically the easiest ones to implement. All you have to do is simply connect to all those APIs where you store your data, vectorize your documents, prompt the agent, integrate it, and that's it. Instantly, you allow the entire company to make data-driven decisions without having to go through the analysis themselves. Additionally, this is an excellent use case to get started with because it's very easy to build upon. Once an agent knows everything about your business, it can not only analyze the data, but also take certain actions on your behalf. For example, after generating a report or a weekly summary, it can then automatically create Google Ads campaigns or send emails to your team leads. Question 5. As a business owner, where do you focus your agents in your business? Yeah, so we are primarily focusing on developer productivity right now. We buy subscriptions for AI coding tools. We have agents that do PR reviews, and even agents that generate initial code bases. We also have agents built on top of our SaaS platform for each specific position in our company that know everything about that position, including all the playbooks, and also can assist with certain tasks. Additionally, we're using some simple agents for lead classification and nurturing, and currently we're also building more sophisticated agents to assist us with project management because this is one of the highest paying roles in our company. Question 6. How do you customize the agents to align with business needs? You can customize agents in 3 ways. First, by fine-tuning the agents themselves, essentially changing their knowledge, instructions, or actions. Secondly, you can change the integration channels. For example, you can use the same agent in Slack or in a web application. You can connect it to your existing software, like for instance, you can make it run every time there's a new task in Notion, or even make it a cron job, which essentially means that it will run automatically every hour, day, week, and so on. Lastly, you can customize how agents connect to one another. Most of our clients always start with one agent, but the benefit of using multi-agent frameworks is that later on, you can always connect those agents together. For example, once you have an agent for each department, you can then easily connect them together with a manager agent and instantly increase the overall complexity and variety of tasks that the system can handle. Question 7. What are the cost implications for deploying the agents, and how can small businesses budget for them? When considering costs, there are development costs and operational costs. Operational costs are essentially costs that you're paying for the tokens and for the servers. For internal use cases, server costs are almost negligible. This means that token costs are typically the only ongoing costs that you have to consider with AI agents. And so far, we haven't encountered a single use case where token costs couldn't be justified in some way. You see, running GPT models is almost always cheaper than hiring employees. Additionally, there is always some ways to optimize these costs by either running a different model, reducing the amount of context, or tweaking the overall approach. Development costs are definitely more complex and must be considered in advance. Some processes are just too costly to automate, not because of the operational costs, but because it might simply take us too long to create a solution. For instance, if your accountant spends 1 hour per week on bookkeeping at a rate of $15 per hour, and it will take us $1,000 to develop this solution, it will be almost a year for you before you can break even on this investment. Next question, number 8. Can AI agents self-improve or learn over time? Currently, there are no frameworks where this is implemented well or implemented at all. However, I definitely expect this to be the biggest trend in AI in 2024. The memory feature is already available in ChatGPT, which means that it should be coming to OpenAI Assistance API shortly. Once you have memory, we can prompt our agents to remember their own mistakes. This will already be a significant step towards self-improvement. Real self-improvement, however, would require agents to modify their own systems. I'm working on this feature in my framework right now, but it will definitely take some time. Also, it's not as simple as you might think. The agents won't be able to improve without you having to do anything. Self-improvement will require a lot of setup and quite a lot of work on your side, even as a business owner. And we'll talk more on that on question 11. Okay, question 9. What are the steps to ensure a smooth transition when integrating AI agents? Make sure your agents work alongside your own employees by using the exact systems your employees use daily. For example, if you chat in Slack with your data analyst, integrate the AI agent inside the Slack as well. And if you assign your developers tasks in Notion, make sure the agent runs every time a new task is received. For more complex use cases, you might also need to educate your employees on the capabilities of the system and how to use it. Finally, don't attempt to automate everything at once because it can significantly increase the likelihood of errors and makes the tracking of outcomes much harder. Do it step by step, begin with the lowest hanging fruit, and then gradually build upon the previous work. The best part about agents is that the more agents you create, the larger the impact each agent can make. Question number 10. What are the steps to monitor and maintain the agents to ensure they remain effective and up to date? Agents remain effective for extremely long periods of time. It's a large misconception that once OpenAI releases something new, all your agents will go out of business. For example, switching to Assistance API v2 takes only 10 minutes with my framework, and switching to a new model once it comes out requires us to change only one line of code. Also, if you don't do anything, the system will still keep working as it is. Sometimes, however, external API changes like Google Analytics transitioning to J4 can make your system less relevant, but this happens only rarely. What can really break your system is changes to your own internal processes. For example, if you decide to change some of the software in use or the structure of your database, the agent will probably need to be modified as well. Question 11. What future developments in AI technology should we be prepared for? Yes, so as I said, definitely self-improvement is going to be huge, which is why every business owner should consider developing robust KPIs. KPIs stand for Key Performance Indicators. They are essentially objective, measurable numbers that you can use to track the outcomes of a given process. It's a good practice to implement KPIs for any business, even if you don't use agents at all, although it does take some time. With agents, however, it's going to be even more crucial because for the agent to self-improve, it first has to be able to measure its own performance. The agents have to be able to see how internal changes to the system affect the overall performance on the given process. Otherwise, it's impossible to successfully implement the self-improvement component at all. And finally, the last question, can you show us some successful agent integrations and what were the outcomes? Yes, absolutely. Let's dive into some demos right now. So here's the first example of a very common data analytics and data sharing use case developed for a company called ESM. ESM is a company that helps brands to visualize results and run successful marketing campaigns. What this application does is essentially it connects to all of their internal data sets in BigQuery, and by the way, there are quite a few of those data sets. There are more than 20 different tables, and as you might have guessed, querying those tables requires not just understanding the BigQuery query language, but also understanding the underlying data and being able to clearly interpret the results. So there was before a lot of manual work required in order to extract those insights, but now you can simply ask a question and we'll create a query for all of those.
Hey, have you met Formaloom? If you want to take control of your marketing strategy,
AI at all, I really think you're going to find this discussion valuable. A lot of what we talk about is counter to the common narrative that people hear in the AI world. And there's a lot of things that I think people believe is where AI is going, but our discussion tries to prove that no, maybe it's actually going in a different direction. The following is a conversation with Dimitri Shapiro, the founder and CEO of Mind Studio. Now, Mind Studio is a no-code automation platform that leverages all of the various AI models to put AI more behind the scenes. So you build these automated workflows within Mind Studio that leverages tools like GPT-4o or Llama 3 or Claude Opus. And then instead of having to prompt all the time, these workflows just happen behind the scenes. Now, in this conversation with Dimitri, we are going to touch on Mind Studio and what it does a little bit, but the majority of this conversation is all about the present and future of AI, the use cases that it's great for right now, the use cases that it's going to be good at in the future, where all of this is headed. It's a really deep dive conversation on what two people that are in the trenches with AI all the time see as where this is all headed. Hang out, enjoy this conversation. I know I love talking to Dimitri, and I think you're really going to enjoy it as well. Can you break down your story a little bit and how you even got into AI and the genesis of Mind Studio?
I was born in Russia. When I was 10 years old, moved to Atlanta, Georgia, and grew up there. One day, my dad took me to see this movie called War Games, in like 1983 or 84. And I saw it, and I was like, oh my God, I love this. I got into computers then, was just like fascinated instantly. And, you know, I was a professional developer for a decade plus, and then started my first company in 2000 called Iconics. It was an enterprise software cybersecurity company. I built that, raised $34 million. We had over 2 million seats deployed. Did that for 5 years. That company ended up getting sold. I started another company called Veo, which was a competitor to YouTube. Raised $70 million for that. That's when we first started doing a lot of work on recommendations. This is before YouTube even.
you sit on top of it?
No, it's good. You like this? Well,
You ain't cooking nothing tonight, are you?
why not?
Huh?
Good, why not?
Well, it's not for me to eat.
Be nice and soft.
No, I'm gonna eat squash with a hot coffee.
Oh.
You can go to some nice sleeping. Put one leg up.
What you say, Tam call that stuff you cook?
It's sweet potato cornbread. We got a recipe from somebody.
So you want some french fries, right?
No.
Some potato sauce.
No, I'll make that squash. I won't make the potato.
I don't know why you always just want to have a meat and one.
Baby, I need a hot pocket.
I know, that's for tonight. We're gonna have 3 a squash. I mean, a vegetable.
Where's this
I tell you that shit a million times.
and I don't have to eat that.
Throw it
yellow
one in,
one.
I double. Put some water in and well, it's safe.
Yeah, I seen all that shit, yeah.
You know, we're gonna take it and sell it somewhere else.
You know what? Probably take it to the flea market.
Let's take it up to the market in Ford City.
I ate it. Yeah. From down to Alexander.
No, the one
Send your money.
where Chuck used to have the shop.
It's come down there in Alexander, they be down there selling stuff there. You know what I'm talking about down in Alexander?
Yeah.
They be selling stuff down there, business. Well, I don't know what it say this, but
I'll send you sweet potatoes for $1. He told you to sell them just $1 a piece.
he
It should be $4 and shit like that.
he had all them oranges in there too.
Yep, sure did. That ain't fair.
Well, hell, I guess they get them, they can get it. They don't have no time. I mean, they don't have no limit, so, you know, they had something, there was a limit.
Yeah.
You It'll be different, but. I think people are asking this right here in Bernie. If you could hear, see, it just,
Take a spoon and scrape
it
it.
won't
Come
come
right
off,
out.
no, it won't, it will. That's burnt. See, that's what you might put a cigarette out in it. It's bad that day. I told them when they buy.
People that like this also tend to like that. And there's sort of like a bunch of machine learning stuff. And then after that, I went to MySpace, and I was CTO of MySpace Music, and there we did a lot of AI as well, obviously looking at recommendations and connecting people and things like that. Then I went to Google. I was at Google from 2012 to 2016. The first 2.5 years, I ran product on these 3 teams that were using machine learning. And then left Google in 2016 to start this company. Kind of as soon as we saw ChatGPT come to market, my co-founder Sean Phelan and I, it was really clear to us. So these things were going to get more and more powerful. There were going to be more and more of them. We predicted OpenAI was not going to run away with everything. These things were going to go to commodity. And sort of the ability to be able to do applied AI, to be able to take like all of this raw material of intelligence and allow individuals, businesses, whoever, to mold it into the right forms to be able to get stuff done. I tend to describe AI as sort of being this like intelligent goo that you can sort of form into anything and get it to do anything, right? But by itself, it's just goo. But it's really malleable. And so if you know how to like form it into different things, you can create amazing things with it. That's when we started building Mind Studios 1.25 years ago. And yeah, and here we are now.
As someone who obviously sees all of the models, because you have a tool that's sort of model agnostic, right? Mind Studio uses any of the large language models that you want. Is there a model right now that you feel is sort of the ideal model to be using?
Yeah, GPT 3.5 Turbo.
Really? So you prefer that over like GPT 4.0 or Opus or one of those?
It is clear from what is useful in getting real work done. You want to keep costs low, price is important. You want to keep latency low, performance is important. And for most of those things, GPT 3.5 Turbo shines. You can kind of throw anything at it. It's inexpensive. It's fast. Now again, to your point, like we support any other model, and some people say, no, I need, GPT 4.0. And I'm just going to use that. And I love that better. As they say in the South, bless your heart. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. You love it, use it. We allow you to use it. You want to run your own inference, even if you don't need to run your own inference, but you just want to do it? Fantastic, do that.
What are some of the like standout cool use cases?
The AIs that enterprises are creating tend to kind of fall into the following categories. There's like some form that gets filled out and sort of data that's being accumulated, and it used to have humans sort of sit there and try to process that data. And so that might be resumes that are coming in, right? So the government agency that gets thousands and thousands.
cheapest produced ad ever in Super Bowl history.
But after a minute of watching it, I had to do it. You gotta hold your camera up to the screen. In this video, I'm going to show you how to build this 100% automated social media system in Make.com that can generate posts for you on autopilot. Now, this doesn't really create the post, but it has the ability to distribute the post as well in the second automation that I'm going to be showing you. And this works all from uploading a single URL to In today's training, you will learn how to make as much as $100 a day or more using a fast and proven method with Perplexity AI and ClickBank. Imagine being able to fire up AI and have it sell ClickBank products like crazy. Yes, this method works, and I've been doing it for years. In fact, this strategy is so powerful. When you use ClickBank and Perplexity AI together, you can make passive income super fast. We're going to cover everything from finding profitable products on ClickBank to using Perplexity AI to create high converting pages in minutes. Stick with me.
Baby, where you put the oranges at? Oh, we got them. Oh, we got them.
Okay.
So you're gonna try to get the trash before we get it off? Yeah.
You have a killer e-commerce store, but your conversion rate, not so killer. You've spent so much money in that.
Alright, is audio working? Hopefully our audio is working. Well, let me know if we're working now. Okay, should be about a couple of seconds here and the audio should work. Okay, are we good now? We should be having sound now. Okay, excellent. Just had to unmute the old thing there. Our intro got a little messed up, but we're here. Today what we're going to do is show you exactly how to make $100 per day using Perplexity AI and ClickBank. It's actually very simple. It's very easy. All you need is a $20 Perplexity account and something like ClickBank, right? Super simple. Now, just a little bit of context. I've been making money on ClickBank since about the year 1999. I believe I made a little bit on some magic product I used as an affiliate, and in 2020, I made my first $21 automatically as well. So I made money with ClickBank for quite some time. What we're going to do today is we're going to show you how to use Perplexity AI to find a product, build the content, build the site, and actually put it in a very simple way. For those of you who are saying, a couple people said $100 is not enough, don't worry about it. This is something that once you start, you could build and grow. Obviously, on this channel, we have lots of different things that you can use, from things that are making $100 a day to several $1,000s a day, sometimes as much as $50,000 a day or more. Now, my personal record, I believe, was just shy of $80,000 in one day. That was on a product promotion I was doing, and it worked really well. I've had multiple $20,000, $25,000 days. I've taught lots of students who have made lots of money as well. One student went on to make, I think his best day was like $80,000 or $90,000. Again, I don't think he was all profit, but I mean, how much profit do you need on $90,000 a day? Now, for the disclaimer here, the average person watching this video will make nothing. The average person trying to make money online makes nothing. This is a business. We're going to show you real principles, and we're going to show you exactly what works, okay? This is the real deal. If you've been waiting for the real deal, type real deal in the box, smash the like button. I'm going to show you literally everything step by step. We're going to show you how to do passive income, regular income, how to start this thing, how you pick a product, how you get domains, the whole 9 yards. bunch of plagiarized content that you'll have to tweak, because this is basic stuff, and it's going through and it's showing you where the different sources are. Now, the difference between something like ChatGPT and something like Perplexity is sourcing from many different places. So the examples you're going to get are not going to have as much plagiarism, and they're going to be different thought out, because the more stuff you put into AI, the more unique your content is going to be. This is super important, because what we're doing is we're using the brain of AI with the content that's on the web and what we want to get out of it. If you know what you want to get out of AI, and when I say this, I am not talking about, I just want AI to make articles so I can rank on Google. Okay, that is the bottom of the barrel, spammy type stuff. We don't want that. What I'm talking about is knowing exactly what you want and why, so that you can build something that will put money in your bank account. It's actually very simple. Most people overcomplicate this because they're talking about SEO and H1 tags and Google updates and this and that and the other, when it's really not about that. The people that are talking about topical authority and having the right type of content, that's closer to what we're talking about. But what we're going to be doing is looking at this stuff as a whole and saying, how do I take one product, let's say we have a product here, and then niche up, and then take that and branch out into different content and modalities. Because if we understand, okay, I take my product, I niche up, then I'm going to get the different things that I want to create, which Perplexity AI is going to do for us, because it has all the different things at its disposal. Now, having these things at the disposal, I think you could probably save a few $100s a month. Well, if you're me, you could probably save a few $1,000s a month on keyword tools, because this is going to think differently. For the entirety of the internet, we have been trained to think keywords equal this. Keywords equal this. All right? This is the old way of looking at the web. And ladies and gentlemen, it still works, but it has changed. Way of looking at the web was keyword equals keyword. What do I mean by that? We are writing content for a keyword to rank for that keyword. Pretty simple, right? How many of you guys get that? Type keyword if you do. The new way, and I'll say new as of maybe even in the time of MySpace, it started getting a little new. In the time of, we're looking at YouTube, it started to change. What happened is we started to do, instead of keywords, now we're doing understanding, where you're understanding the topic as a whole and understanding, oh, this product is a means to a bunch of ends. Okay? If you're following along, type follow and smash the like button. So now that we know this, we could go here, and instead of saying, tell me about ClickBank, I can say something different. So what we're going to do, and again, this, your worst case scenario, this training is going to save you a ton of money, okay? Because keyword tools, you can get by with these and using something like the Ahrefs free keyword tool right here, where you can use this with Perplexity and find what you want. Just takes a little bit more time than if you're using a paid tool. All right, I think our lighting is a little too bright here. I'm a little washed out. Let's see. Is that better? There we go. Now I'm not like looking like I need a tan. Okay, so So now we have this here, and we're looking at exactly what is going on, okay? When we come to Perplexity, we are going to ask it things about whatever product we're trying to go for. So I could say something like, what are some of the top products on ClickBank? And this will go through and it'll do the resources. Now, what I like about this is if we're going to use ChatGPT, it's going to use some resources, but it's mostly going to look at like 2 or 3 different sites. What are some of the top products on ClickBank? Custom Keto, Left Detox, Cinderella, whatever. Okay, now I do like that it categorized it because, you know, maybe you can pick one that you like or one that you want that'll work for you. Okay, I do like that. But let's see the difference here with Perplexity. And we'll bring this back over here. And we'll say, what are some of the top products on ClickBank? This is going to go through. It's going to find the products. It's going to find what is going to work. Now, this is actually sourcing from the ClickBank website. I like that. ChatGPT did not do that. This is more or less, I'm guessing this is probably a combination of different sites that are on ClickBank, like CB Engine and different things like that. This is actually going through and looking, so we got all time, how to find, this is looking fantastic. So if I wanted to go through and look at something like maybe Yoga Burn, okay, we can go through and we can say, okay, well, what would the easiest way to do this be? Well, the easiest way, and that's why everyone talks about this, would be go to the Keyword Explorer or the free tool and type in Yoga Burn like this. Very simple, very basic, very linear. Now, on this, we're seeing a max of like 1.4 thousand searches per month, okay? So we see that there. We can also see like Yoga Burn here and different things like that. So it's not hard to rank for, which is good. We're going to put that in our back pocket. And what we're doing along the way is we are taking different things that are going to show us the product. So if we go over here and we're like, okay, here's our product. What is that niche for the product? Well, it's yoga. Great. Where is this going to branch off instead of just keyword to keyword? How do we understand this as a whole? Sounds confusing, right? How many of you guys are like, what? I get keywords, but understanding as a whole, that's a whole different ballgame. Like, how do I understand what I rank for, or this, or that? That is where we're going to use AI. Like, up until now, you used to have to, like, pay a guru to tell you some stuff, or pay for some list of products and ideas. Now, AI is doing that for, like, $20 a month, which is crazy, right? It's like, okay, is it going to take jobs? Well, it took a few, right? Now we're looking at, okay, we have Yoga Burn, Yoga Burn calories and different things like that. Looking good. Next, what we want to do is we want to take a look and say, okay, first, what is our, if you want to make money fast, we need low-hanging fruit, okay? Low-hanging fruit is the easiest way to get started. So what are the easiest things we can do to get started? Obviously, ranking for a product name, if you are, if you are within the trademark rights and things like that, most of the time you are. If you are an affiliate of the company, usually it's okay. I'm not a lawyer, but usually it's okay. Having the product, going for the niche, and then looking at low-hanging fruit. This is low-hanging fruit. There you go. So now we're looking at it, we're like, okay, I can rank for Yoga Burn, right? That's not bad. You will see that on these terms, there are a lot of people ranking, like Yoga Burn, the .net, I'm guessing that might not be his actual site. There's a Facebook about it, there's some videos about it, Reddit, Quora, Amazon, different things like that. So not super competitive, like I see, okay, interesting, we have a .net, and then we have a .com, same thing, with a dash in, right, or a slash, and then it gets a dash, right? And now we're looking at, okay, there's Quora, here's a YouTube, and on. We've got some images, TV, different stuff like that, okay? Interesting. Now we're looking at this, and we're like, okay, that would be our low-hanging fruit. So the first thing we would want to do is use our AI to capitalize on the low-hanging fruit. Now, how does that work? Well, what you would want to do is you would want to look at what is out there and what the competition's like, okay? Just a couple of weeks ago, I did a video where I went through and I updated a page that I had about the GoDaddy appraisal tool. how we think about understanding your market. Because a lot of people might say, well, I mean, what does GoDaddy appraisal tool have to do with the affiliate marketing dude? Well, the affiliate marketing dude does a lot with domains. Therefore, I can get a lot of people interested in my content that are looking for domains. Easy, lower hanging fruit, utilizing a product that's already out there, teaching people how to use it. Okay, everyone with me? Yes, we are using a paid version of Perplexity. This one was $20 a month. Now, when I went through and updated the content, you could see it was just failing. I went through and updated it with AI, and bada bing, bada boom, things skyrocketed, and now it's one of our most popular pages. Rankings just went through the roof. Everything seemed fantastic. Okay? That is getting traffic. Now, that keyword is very, very similar in competition to what we're looking at here. Okay, so if you look up like free appraisal, you look at GoDaddy appraisal, different things like that, competition is pretty much where we're at with the yoga bird stuff. Okay, type of competition, if you're like, okay, that totally makes sense, looks great. Johnny Zero says, what's best for curation, YouTube, Facebook, or newsletter? That question is a loaded question. We're going to answer it in a minute. And what I mean by loaded is it's loaded by what is the best thing for me to eat? Well, I don't know. Are you running? Are you jogging? Do you want to lose weight? Do you want to gain weight? Make sense? Same thing here. We are going to let this get us where we're going. Okay? So now we're going to go through and we're going to be like, okay, let's check this out. GoDaddy appraisal, a lot of traffic, a lot of money here. This will work very, very well. And, well, it does. I get traffic every time I log into my website. There are people on looking at that piece of content. All I have to do is the same thing with everything else. Based on the understanding, the low-hanging fruit, I start to get some traction. Now, when we go through and we look at something like Yoga Burn or Truth About Abs or whatever, okay, let's take a look at this. We can say Truth About Abs, okay? Now we can say, let's see here. I did some examples for you. So 10 ways to use Perplexity to promote affiliate offers online. Great. It's going to give me those, okay? So first what we're going to do is we're going to find a product. Okay, we use Perplexity to look it up. You can go through, watch this. Which ones are good. You go here, you do your keyword explorer. This will take a paid tool if you want to do multiple. If you want to do it on your own, you could use the free tool and just type in Yoga Burn like this. Very simple, very easy. Now, utilizing the paid one gives me a lot more data faster, which is what I like. So now, we're going to see at a glance which popular clickbait products actually get traffic. Okay, that's what we want, because what you're going to see is now if these are getting traffic, people are interested in them. That's the key. So like Flat Belly Tonic, all right, cool. That might not get a ton of traction, right? Obviously make sure that the products are good. You don't want to promote garbage and stuff like that, but I think you'll understand, okay, there are some of these like something like numerologist that is not so much a product, but it is a niche, okay? Very important. Looking at Beyond Diet or Yoga Burn or something like that, now we're getting in a different place, okay? So now we're like, oh, now I see clickbait, traffic, low-hanging fruit, easy. To get to the amounts we're talking about, again, results not typical, implied, or guaranteed, what we're going to do is we are going to build on that market. So Flat Belly Tonic, I'm going to go through and I'm going to say, okay, Flat Belly Tonic, here we go. Let's look at this. Let's also look at, you can ask AI, you could say, how much is Flat Belly Tonic? And it'll go through and it'll find you a price and everything like that, or you can just go to ClickBank or Google or whatever. So now we're seeing Flat Belly Tonic, how about on ClickBank? Okay? And be careful with health stuff. For most people, I would say stay away from health stuff. I know it's tempting because, oh, I like health and wellness. It's also a nightmare when it comes to legalities, what you say, because, I mean, we're living in the generation where, you know, people take online advice like it's gospel truth, and, you know, even though something worked for me, I might not be a doctor, so I would look at that, okay? So now we're going to go through and we're going to look at this. Okay, so we got single bottle, 3 bottles, whatever. Okay, good. So now we're seeing the average payout on ClickBank is $86. Great. So now I'm going to say, what do I need to do? $86 per day. So what you need to make $100 a day is 1.2 sales per day, or roughly 45. That's a 5 per month. Okay, so 45 sales per month. Now, what do I need to do to get 45 sales per month? Well, what would that need to look like? Okay, well, what that would need to look like is 45, and let's do over here, okay? So 45 sales per month, SPM. What would we need to do to get 45 sales per month? How many of you guys are like, dude, if I could start by making $100 a day, that's going to be very happy. I'm going to be very happy. Okay, so we'll say if we were going to do a 1% conversion rate, what does that mean? 100 people come to my site, 1 person orders. Okay, so if we had a 1% conversion rate, meaning I get 1,000 people to my website, notice, because we're going to look at 2 numbers here. We're going to look at the EPC. This is the earnings per click on the offer, which means if I send 100 people to the landing page, sales page, what am I going to get here? Okay? So we're going to go through, we're going to look at that, and then we're going to look at EPC. This is the effective EPC. Effective EPC is how much do I make on everything based on visitors on my site. What am I getting per click for people who come to my website, not just this website? Okay, following along? So, if we had a 1% conversion, we would need 4,500 people per month to come to our site for us to make $100 a day. That's not bad. That's like right around 80 cents a click. So if I know I can average 80 cents on a click that is targeted in the weight loss general yoga burn market, then bada bing, bada boom, I'm in the money. Like I'm ready. If you guys get this, smash the like button if you understand it, and smash the like button if you're ready to learn it. So now we go through, we're like, okay, cool, I see it. Now, let's take a look. So if I was to go at flat belly or yoga burn or whatever it is, let's do, I think we did flat belly for the amount. Yes, this is flat belly, okay? So flat belly is $80 average payout. Great. So now let's go through and let's promote this thing. How many of you guys are like, dude, I get it. That makes sense. Everyone else is talking about this, that, and the other. Well, let's talk about dollars and cents and how it adds up and how it's easy. Because as I said earlier, in the year 2000, when I first promoted a ClickBank product and I made $21 in one day, that was a game changer for me because then I understood, wait a minute, these websites and this traffic doesn't sleep. You make a YouTube video, it doesn't sleep. It's on YouTube. It's getting traffic while I'm sleeping. Right? I might go to bed, but it doesn't go to bed. Looking at your website, same thing. They are going to get traffic even when you're sleeping, even when you're doing other things. If you have a mailing list and an autoresponder, it'll email people even when you're sleeping. And so they don't take breaks, they don't take vacations, and they just stay up all day every day and make you money. So if we're looking to make 45 sales per month, now again, remember, ladies and gentlemen, there's something very, very important I want you to get. That is that if you are at a 1% conversion, that means 99 people did nothing, bought nothing. Interesting. So 99 people did nothing. Well, what if I could get 20 of those to put their name and email for a free guide? Now I...
Hey, did you know you can learn 100 songs on piano in 1 hour? No way! All you need to learn is 4 chords. These. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bullshit. Alright, check this out.
Hey, so sister.
So at this point, no doubt you've heard that Claude 3.5 Sonnet is good, very good. It's now #1 in the coding arena, beating out GPT 4.0, Gemini 1.5 Pro, even beating out its larger predecessor Claude 3 Opus.
AGI roles
comes around only once. Subscribe.
I've tested its coding abilities and can't help.
Hey, soul sister. Scoot. What do you want? Quit licking me. Quit licking. Quit licking. Lickety. Lickety. Let me put some juice in my gra- Let me get some juice in my tablet. How's everybody? I hope y'all are okay. I'm trying to be productive, y'all. I really am. But I keep getting sidetracked. I got that ADHD sidetrackism.
But be pretty impressed. There does seem to be a very strong leap forward in its ability to code, to add features, to troubleshoot. In fact, you can see here, there's not as many votes that has been thrown here. So over time, as this improves, as this number increases, I wouldn't be surprised if this difference between GPT-4o and Claude 3.5, if it continues growing. The scores haven't been updated yet, so it looks like the last update was on June 23rd, but if you've been following along, if you've been interested in what Anthropic and Claude 3.5 have been up to, this is a great follow. Alex Albert. I'll leave a link in the description. So he's working at Anthropic on Claude AI, and he's been dropping some knowledge bombs as of late. The latest one is this. This was posted within this hour. They're announcing the Build with Claude June 2024 contest, and they're giving out $30,000 in Anthropic API credits. All you need to do is build and share an app that uses Claude through the Anthropic API. The contest is pretty simple. Build an app that demonstrates creativity and effectively uses the Anthropic API. Submit your project through the linked Google form, and they encourage you to post your project on X as well as tag themselves, so tag Alex or Anthropic AI. And you have until July 10th at 12 p.m. Pacific. So 2 weeks to create and submit it, and they're going to be selecting the top 3 projects based on creativity, impact, usefulness, and implementation. And each of the 3 winners will get $10,000 in API credits. Oh boy. I'm pretty sure Pliny already jailbroke Claude and is up to no good with it. But if this is something that you're interested in, I encourage everybody to try it out. I would not even worry if you necessarily win the contest or not. I think the practice of creating something simple, perhaps even using Claude to create it, like have it type up the code for you. Again, you don't have to get complicated. If you're a god tier developer, sure, go for it. If you haven't coded before or just starting out, doing something very simple that uses Claude, specifically their API to produce something and just submit it. But even if you don't care to do that, at the very least, watch what everyone else submits. They're going to be tagging Alex and Anthropic API and Anthropic AI so that you're able to see kind of what products people are building. I would not be surprised if we saw some pretty insane things come out of this. You might recall Hume, we've covered it briefly on this channel, is your empathic AI voice. And I'm so happy to be covering it once again.
Hearing the pure elation in your voice just makes me smile too. Wow, whatever it is you're so excited about, I can't wait to hear all about it. Your happiness is truly infectious. Fill me in. What's got you so over the moon?
Looks like Hume AI is detecting notes of ecstasy in my voice. But if I'm being perfectly honest, I am quite concerned about how good Claude is getting.
And perhaps a hint of unease there. I totally get it. The rapid progress of AI can be a little unsettling at times.
I want to win that contest. I will go to any length to do so.
I hear the steely determination in your voice. You're really going all in to win this contest, huh? And maybe we can find a way for you to pursue victory without compromising your principles. What do you think?
So basically they pick up on your emotions and kind of match your emotional tone, so to speak. And when they ran Anthropic's Claude 3.5 Sonnet model through their evaluation system for creative ability, surprise, surprise, it emerged as the new leader. Claude 3.5 Sonnet beats out Gemini Ultra, GPT-4 Turbo, and all the other models. Now on top of this, Claude and the team have been very busy adding some new UI features that might indeed be very helpful. A sidebar to organize some of the chats that you've had, but much more importantly this. So this is, they refer to it as projects. So you're now able to create custom knowledge bases called projects with your own files, documents, code, etc. When you start a new chat within a project, Claude has access to all that info. And on the team plan, you can share and collab on all these projects with your teammates. So this is similar to the custom GPTs that OpenAI was rolling out, with the one difference is this is just for your teammates. So you're able to share it on the team plan, but it looks like right now you're not able to do so, to just anyone, to the public. They've added custom instructions, so if you need to give some specific things to Claude to keep in mind as it answers your questions, like for some reason responding with a thick New York accent, why? But okay, well at least it's not the Golden Gate Bridge anymore. But this works really well for situations where you just prefer certain outputs. So for example, if you're coding, you can always ask for the specific language that you want, or you can always do chain of thought reasoning by asking it to think through something step by step. A lot of people put, respond with short answers and to the point text. I would test to see if that may reduce the quality of the answer sometimes. It's sometimes better for the models to think through their answers, and they do that by, putting tokens on the screen, so longer answers may be better than shorter. You gotta kind of test it out. It really depends on what you're using it for. This person seems blown away that these features that they announced are available right now. I thought you were supposed to say available in the coming weeks, and then keep delaying them for months and months. Which unfortunately that is kind of the case with OpenAI right now. They're delaying the rollout of their voice mode that they've demoed during their spring update. Now they did say they're going to be rolling out to a small alpha group of testers, and we are beginning to see that it is indeed happening. We are beginning to, to see people posting videos of them messing around with it and using it. Here's an example of that. This is legitimate as far as I can tell. We know it's rolling out. Account seems legit, but of course we can't know for sure, but here's the demo.
Even though it's summer, there's this refreshing coolness in the air that just makes you want to smile and take a deep breath of that crisp, invigorating breeze. The sun's shining, but it's got this lovely, gentle warmth that's just perfect for a light jacket or a cozy skirt.
So, may the odds be ever in your favor and all that. Meanwhile, another secret model is popping up in the Arena rankings. It's called the Late June Chatbot. So last time we saw this, it was OpenAI testing the release of GPT 4.0, they had some naming convention like, I'm a good GPT-2 bot. Another one was something like, I am also a good GPT-2 bot. I forget exactly, but it was kind of similar to this. And it was revealed later that it was in fact GPT 4.0. So is this OpenAI testing their late June chatbot? We shall see. Coming back to Claude 3.5, it's able to code up a sound generator. Now it uses 11 Labs API, which 11 Labs is the famous kind of AI voices. They have a lot more features they're rolling out that we'll talk about in a second, but one of them is text to sound. So you can type in things like an ocean breeze, or bang, or a video game power-up sound, and it'll generate that effect and play it for you. So again, if you're building something for that Claude Build with Claude competition, this might be potentially something that you use. Maybe use an API to hook into 11 Labs, produce a voice, produce some sound effects, etc. Another interesting thing is this company Multiplayer is joining OpenAI, and they're asking what if desktop computers were inherently multiplayer? What if the operating system placed people on equal footing to apps? So this company was, you can think of it kind of as just a remote computer access company, kind of, but now they are joining OpenAI to work with OpenAI to do that plus AI. We're not 100% sure exactly what they're doing, but it's going to be interesting to find out. So this is Multi, and they're saying screen share down right, and everything else too. So they have features like basically screen sharing multiplayer, right? So communicate faster with shared cursors, drawing, using screen share from up to 10 people at a time, and various other tools for advanced screen sharing and remote desktop assistance, etc. So I have a few ideas of what I'm going to attempt to build for this Claude contest. I don't expect to win. It's probably going to be pretty simple, but I do view this as an opportunity to kind of just learn something new. Here's Ethan Mollick. He's saying that, you know, if you ask Claude to create something like a snake game, it has a lot of sort of example of that in its training data. But if you give it something weird and out of its sort of data distribution, it seems like it does a pretty good job of that. Here the prompt was, I need you to create a simulation where I am a lighthouse keeper in a cosmic lighthouse, and I have two beams, one that attracts space leviathans, and the other repels them. And there's also gravity to take into account. Make it fun and make the graphics good. And also add lore and make it have a goal. And this was the sort of final output of that. So with that said, good luck to all that are attempting this. We will be watching in anticipation. There's a few more bits of news that I wanted to play from 11 Labs. They created a short tutorial on how to use a brand new feature that I've tested, and I gotta say, it's interesting. It's still not perfect, but I'm pretty excited. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So the UI is a bit clunky. I think they just launched it. It's still in beta. There's like little issues with it, so I'm not quite getting what I want out of it, but most of it I think is just the UI bugginess. But the functionality seems like it's getting pretty good. It allows you to put whatever inflection you want into the AI's voice by just speaking it out loud. So instead of that kind of monotone voice or a random inflection, you can specify. Here's an example. You clearly don't know who you're talking to, so let me clue you in.
I am the danger. I am the one who knows.
Amazon automation investment, scam. Shopify automation investment, scam. Airbnb automation investment, scam. But you know what isn't? Automated
docs.
I might post a more kind of involved tutorial a little bit later. I had some difficulty doing this, and that's just the UI issues. But here's one of the people at 11 Labs kind of showcasing how this would work if everything's working properly. Again, I was able to get the functionality to work. I was just limited by, I feel like, some of the UI features. With that said, my name is Wes Roth, and thank you for watching.
So let's start fixing some of these clips. The first thing I want to draw your attention to is this clip right here, where he said he'll stop at nothing to avoid them. I noticed a strange, like, question mark at the end of that sentence that just doesn't fit. So let's have a quick listen again.
He'll stop at nothing to avoid them.
And now, so we obviously don't like that. We want to change that. You could just keep clicking generate audio, and he might.
So at this point, no doubt you've heard that Claude 3.5 Sonnet is... There's a few big news in the world of AI today, and the first one is this. ESM3, simulating 500 million years of evolution with a language model. We'll also talk about a company called Etched, and it's releasing what they're claiming to be the fastest AI chip of all time. Over 500,000 tokens per second, much faster than anything by NVIDIA or anything else. If I'm doing my math right, that would be the equivalent to writing all of the hair. Sam Solid is the epitome of like the perfect blogger. It doesn't even seem like he's trying to do anything. He's literally just talking. Like that's like the magic. You're using this new style of blogging for your current channel. That channel has gotten more views, more subscriber growth, and more monetization.
ADHD is like... Shit. Fuck.
With QuickBooks Solopreneur, you'll gain confidence in your books. And it's on sale for a limited.
Now is literally the best time to start making videos than ever before. I mean, think about it. Between how easy it is to make videos using cell phones, they've got great cameras, great microphones. That's all you really need at this point. You put it up on this thing called the internet, and it actually goes out to a ton of the world's population. Anybody who's got internet access, they've got access to you and your content. Plus, you add in this third component of the fact that people always, since the caveman days, since the beginning of us as humans, we've always craved community and connection. We don't want to feel isolated or alone. We want to feel a part of something that's bigger than us. It provides us a sense of meaning, and there's purpose where we can contribute to the tribe, so to speak. But then we're also there to be validated and to be comforted when we need that as well. So between video tech, internet, and how we are naturally as people, now is the best time and the easiest time to start making videos. It's crazy. YouTube has over 2.49 billion monthly active users. So let's see if your boy Evan can write 2.49 billion. How many zeros do we need for this bad boy? Let's see, that's 1,000, millions, billions. Okay, 2.49 users on YouTube every single month. That's insane. Or how about this? Think about it, and the fact that that is over 1/3 of the entire world. I mean, come on, talk about crazy access. You know, there are people that are like, oh, it's too saturated, there's too many people out.
Yeah, what I tell you, he's got like 1,000 subscribers. I like analyzing people's YouTube videos, whether they're, big time, like 100 grand plus followers, or if they've got less than 1,000. Now I clicked on this guy because his title and his thumbnail was pretty good. It made me want to click on it. But then we get into watching it. It looks pretty, the setup is nice. Sound and audio, good. But it was something about his delivery that I knew he was just new to it. Because for one, what really brought it up was the fact that he was rambling on about how big YouTube is, 2.49 billion. Alright, he said that once, and then he proceeded to open up his iPad app, and had like a side view of him in the iPad app, and he's writing 2.49. Like, by this time, we've spent 2 minutes just on the fact that it's 2.49 billion people on YouTube. It's taking way too long to deliver the value. So I'm about ready to click off because, when I get on YouTube and I'm researching, I don't, my time is valuable. As a matter of fact, sometimes I'll listen to my YouTube videos on 2 times the speed just so I can absorb the information as quick as possible and get on to the next. But I am going to follow this guy. And I'm going to watch him grow up. He's got 1,000 subscribers. He's got fucking 591 videos. Damn. I've got to find a way. I got to find a way to not be everybody else. And the only way to do that is by being myself. I'm strategizing content creation. Or rather, strategizing being a content creator.
Did you know? Edition coins. Well, let's take a closer look. It's a 1-ounce Spider-Man silver coin from 2023, struck from the Pacific island of Niue, but it's got a fantastic design.
Months, then my channel did arguably in a 10-year period before that. And it's because of this new style of vlogging, the format that I use to come up with vlogs that actually get views. I call it the 3 T's. If you follow this method, every single vlog, you don't need to do a lot.
In today's episode of the Think Media Podcast, I'm so fired up because we're going to be talking about why most vloggers fail and how you can succeed with the new style of vlogging. My special guest today, Benji Travis, is actually a almost lifelong friend now, co-author of a book we wrote together, YouTube Secrets, and it's kind of an aesthetic. But because we'll be able to look at the past as well as the future and some really practical tips for you. We'll talk about the simple way to create videos people love that anybody, whether you're doing business, you're a creator, can do. The best camera and video gear for making your life easier and creating better content, and then also some money-making tips that work especially well for this new style of content. But Benji Travis, welcome to the show.
Hey, glad to be here. It is very nostalgic.
Yes, it's been a journey. Some people might not know that we built up a whole channel together called Video Influencers. I think it's over 700,000 subs. We've known each other for how long? I mean, and from your perspective, when did we meet and what's our background?
Yeah, well, 14 years ago, now that I think about it and run the numbers, 2010, me and you lived in the same area. Nobody really cared about YouTube except the two of us and then my then girlfriend, now my wife, Judy. And so we couldn't believe that we both were into this thing, right? That kids were watching. And there's people making videos, but not a lot of people around here. But you and I said we didn't believe it, and then next thing you know, you're shooting my engagement to my girlfriend that's going to be my wife, and that's how we all started. And funny enough, that first kind of collaboration gets uploaded to YouTube, and that was the beginning not only of our partnership in working together on YouTube videos, but also our friendship. So I think that's something that's unique, and it's almost like fitting that we write a book together. But that was 14 years ago, and we both have done a lot together, done things on our own, different niches, different genres, different business models. So it's always fun talking to you as a friend because we're always sharing different perspectives, but we all almost always meet in the same place. And I think that's what's fitting about today, because we're talking about something that used to kind of like keep us separate because of our different styles, but you and I are seeing what's on the horizon for YouTube, which is exciting, I think, both for current creators, but also new ones who have never created content, and it's this new style of vlogging that we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, I love that because you built up a vlogging channel with your wife to massive size and you've been in the game a long time. You're using this new style of vlogging on your current channel, and you've done 140 episodes, so you're going to be breaking down those nuances. But let's start with this. What, in your definition, is the old way of vlogging versus the new way?
Don't you knock my
So the old way of vlogging birthed from a necessity for extra content, behind the scenes content. We're talking 2010. Right. My wife, I'll use as the example.
Okay.
She was a beauty guru doing makeup looks, hairdos, built up an audience around that very specific need. So whether it's putting on lipstick or eyeshadow, all the different techniques, they became her fans and they subscribed to her channel. That's what they loved. But they also started getting closer to my wife, like wanting to get to know her beyond the makeup. So because of it, she wanted to do content that had nothing to do with beauty. And at first she was putting it on her main channel. I said, hey, maybe you should start a secondary channel. I didn't even call it a vlogging channel because that wasn't a thing yet. And so that was the birth of the vlogging style content. Content that wasn't really the content you were known for. It was the stuff behind the scenes, extended content. And that is what not only my wife did, but so many people. And so we're talking 2010, and then by the time like 2012, it became daily vlogging, and it became its own niche. The thing about the old way of vlogging is you needed a large audience, like my wife. You vlog your whole day, so it was about making it entertaining or creating an entertaining day for the sake of the vlog. And you could argue who actually did that, who didn't do that, but ultimately it led to really high production, lots of editing, crazy travels, drone shots, and then I think at the height of that old style vlogging, Casey Neistat comes in, right? Now he was started way previous to daily vlogging, but his entry into daily vlogging was when I think vlogging became the niche that was recognized not only by the viewers, but also by YouTube and just creatives all around. But people got burnt out, including Casey Neistat. And so by 2015, 16, 17, definitely by 18, that old style of vlogging was basically dead. Like people weren't trying to become vloggers. Now, funny enough, guess who kept on vlogging, right? Me and my wife, we just always stayed in our lane. We didn't start vlogging to become vloggers. It was just something that Judy wanted to do as an extension of her normal content. Funny enough, she had stopped doing her stuff. The new style of vlogging, right? Fast forward to 2020. What was going on in 2020? TikTok was blowing up. YouTube was introducing YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, right? Very ADD, chopped up content. It's kind of like all the over-optimization, all the production led to doing these shorts. So people were yearning for something more. They wanted longer content. They wanted more relaxed content. They wanted to connect with something they didn't even know. I mean, we won't even get into what was going on in 2020, but a lot of people were at home feeling kind of isolated. So what was happening is people were just doing longer videos beyond what they were known for. And so that was called the new wave of YouTube. I saw inside of there vlogging coming back. The difference is the new style of vlogging is taking advantage of all the things that we talk about in YouTube Secrets, right? Taking advantage of the power of search, ranking, and suggestions by focusing on the topic. So why I'm obsessed with this new style of vlogging, it's not just for people with a big audience, it's for literally anybody that wants to start creating content and connecting with a community by being more focused, thinking about what could rank, and relying on the power of suggestion to do it, to be able to get views even when you're just starting, even if you've never created content before.
Yeah, I love that breakdown, and it makes me think like old way of vlogging. I feel like early era Shay Carl was kind of a pioneer. I recently was interviewing Dave Ramsey, and he knew Shay Carl. He was like, that guy came and did a debt-free screen at Ramsey Studios, and he had like 1 million subs. I'm like, who is this guy? And then you and Judy were in that era. Casey came a little bit later, but I feel like there's kind of big buckets too, like travel vloggers, family vloggers, high production cinematic vloggers like Casey, And you and I also were, I think, at every year an event in Seattle called Vlogger Fair, which was sort of that rally where all these family vloggers or daily vloggers would rally. But I looked at the definitions, and it was kind of, the idea was like a video blog, where you record your thoughts, opinions, or your experiences, or another thing was a journalistic style video. And I like what you said, is I think the assumption was, it was like, hi guys, we're waking up, and you filmed until some point in the night, and you filmed your entire day.
Some point, you know, whenever you decide to end sharing your whole life.
Your entire day. And then did you edit that night, or did you edit the next day? And like, are you trying to churn it out multiple days a week? Before we get into this new style of vlogging, how it really can apply to anybody, at the peak, how much was the grind for you guys? 7 days a week?
At the peak was definitely 7 days a week, and my wife still to this day edits, but she was editing back then as well. I'd say at the height, and this again, I want to set my wife and I apart from the pack because we always were, but still within the same community. She would edit the day of recording the content. So she would edit that night, right? Or sometimes early in the morning, and then it would go out the next morning. Sometimes I remember at the height, it would be midnight. It was kind of crazy. Like, I don't even know how we did it, but we did do it. The reason I want to set us apart is because when
So there's a free website that will help you come up with YouTube video ideas guaranteed to get views.
Part is because one thing I have is a lot of respect for Judy, because she stayed in her lane and we made it sustainable, and we'll talk about how we did that. Even when vlogging died, our vlog channel didn't die, right? But yes, at the height. So now we're a day delayed, you know, give her a little break, only 5 days a week. But still, the question is, how is she doing it? So when I talk about the new way of vlogging, I've learned so much from her about how to vlog to make it more sustainable, in addition to some of the other things that I'm finding out just in the last few years.
Okay, so now you have a cooking channel. That's what it was originally, and you did a ton of ranked videos. You've had multiple million-view videos, successful videos. You've taken breaks. But you've been back for about 6 months, 140 episodes of the new style of vlogging. Describe what it is exactly that you're doing.
Yeah, and I'll bring it back to what my channel was. You were actually in the very first video, which is kind of crazy, and you can't even really show it. And it was just supposed to be an opposite of Judy, doing very, female-centric content, beauty-related stuff, and it's called Benji Man TV. It was going to do manly stuff, and literally the first episode was about a steak, right? Cooking a steak. So it quickly became a cooking channel, but very niche. It was going to be a replication of Food Network, like you said, tutorials, ranking. But, at one point, I basically stopped uploading to that channel. That was, I want to say 2019, so about 3 to 4 years, nothing. It was dead in the water, cold channel. Now, there was still an audience, but no one knew what was going on in terms of my food stuff. So last year, after seeing this new wave of content creators, seeing this vlogging come back to the surface, I was like, okay, this is not only something that people want again at a high level, but I've learned so much between us writing books, starting video influencers, interviewing so many other great content creators. I want to apply the best practices to vlogging style content. So last December 1st, I decided, hey, I'm going to do 30 days vlogging. By the way, that's how me and Judy's channel started. We're just going to do 30 days. And then it ended up being 12 years or whatever. And so I said, hey, but I'm going to start vlogging in a way where rather than vlogging from when I wake up to nighttime, which would be hard to do because I'm already doing that still to this day with Judy, right, in our family vlog. I was just gonna isolate it to one topic or takeaway. So whether it's me going to the grocery store, shopping for a recipe, or me actually cooking the recipe, all you're gonna see in my vlog is that one thing, and it's gonna be isolated and focused to that. Now, would that outrank somebody that's got a high production, whether it's a Food Network or a publishing company, or maybe like these epic cooking creators? Probably not. I knew that, because this is more like the longer, more casual format, but I'm still. Still applying the best practices of being focused on something that someone might type away. And so I've been doing that, and at first I was doing 30 days, 30 vlogs, and then I pulled it back, to 6 days or 5 days a week, and now it's like 4 to 5 days. Long story short, that video, that channel has gotten more views, more subscriber growth, and more monetization in the last 6 months than my channel did arguably in a 10-year period before that. And it's because of this new style of vlogging, which is a lot more focused, and it's taken advantage of what we both know is powerful about YouTube: search and suggestion.
Yeah, from my observation, this new style of vlogging is sort of like taking a format, a kind of like run and gun way of creating content. But the difference is, instead of trying to, because we get these questions in coaching all the time, how do I rank my blog? And you're like, well, I don't know if you do. Like, at best, you at least tease at the hook what they're going to see later. But if the promise of the title doesn't show up till 15 minutes in the video, there's almost nothing you can do to please people, unless they want to watch everything else that's the filler. So what you're saying, and I think that this case study can really help galvanize it for the listener. You did a video called What's Inside a Business Costco, and it's 4 months old, and like you said, you pick one topic, one idea, and you film it vlog style, you narrate through it vlog style, but you start, you stop, and it doesn't include like, I'll get to Costco later, but first I'm brushing my teeth and doing a cold plunge or whatever. But it's just all about that one title, one promise, so there's focus there. That video though is 4 months old, and it's getting 281 views per hour, which is wild, because
and still growing.
Growing. Yeah, a couple 100,000 views. So really, you've ranked a vlog, but it's interest-based, it's topic-based, it's search-based, and in a way, it's a vlog style of video creation. Is kind of what you're talking about, this new way of vlogging. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and in fact, this is kind of funny because I've never really thought about this. This is a shout out to all the second place people, okay? Meaning, there's a whole community out there that loves Costco content. And I know the creators that do the best Costco content. They're showing up, sometime multiple times a week to Costco. They're doing tutorials about Costco. They're like the top 10 best sells of Costco this week. There's this guy, he's like a food dude, and he talked about, these are all the healthy options, right? I'm gonna dispel all the notions of this is healthy, it's not really healthy. And those guys are the first place guys, okay? They are specifically trying to rank for Costco related search terms. So this is what I talk about. We talk about in YouTube Secrets, the power of search. So they're trying to rank their videos. You are amazing at teaching that, right? But I'm not trying to compete against those guys, because what I know, this is the new wave of YouTube, this is the new style of vlogging. What happens once they watch their videos the next time they come to YouTube? Is there a high chance that YouTube wants to suggest more content like it?
Not only is there a high chance that they'll be suggested other Costco content from other creators, but we just did a survey, 7 out of 10 people are seeing small and new creators being recommended around niche topics. And to your exact point, watch a big Costco video about anything, and you could be recommended multiple different creators talking about Costco.
Not just that though, the longer version of it. See, think about this logically.
if you go and search for something and YouTube gives you the video and it gives you the answer or satisfies your need, you're done. You don't actually need to see another video like that. But next time you go on, guess what? You might want the deep dive version. So my business Costco, right? By the way, I do a lot of Costco videos. I've done Costco in different countries. I've done Costco's at regular Costco's. But they're longer. They're a little more relaxed. They go deeper into the aisles, no pun intended. Like I'm literally like vlogging everything. And these videos, instead of these more optimized ones that are perfect for search, for a quick answer, right? And they can be like 2 to 10 minutes. Mine are, get ready for this, Sean, because I know this is going to hurt you. 20 to 30 minutes long sometimes, and a lot easier to create. And in fact, because the way I vlog it, it's not as optimized and not as ADD, not like jump cutting, right? It's like you're talking to a friend. So you've already seen the video you want to see, but then next time you come onto YouTube, and everybody can relate to this, you open up your phone app, you go onto YouTube, boom, there's a suggestion for another Costco video. You go onto youtube.com, bam, there's this. What is this guy showing up 30 minutes? He's at a business Costco? Is that a 5-gallon bucket of soy sauce? Like, I'm curious about this. And that's what I'm saying about shout out to the second place people, right? Because I'm taking advantage of the fact that the guys that got the initial introduction into that niche did their job, and now I'm taking care of those people. Now this sounds kind of weird, right? I didn't think about it this way because I'm not a second place kind of person. Me and you, like, we want to be first place. We want to be winning. This is what I mean about the new wave of YouTube. There's like an additional need on YouTube as a platform for more content and longer content. I don't know if we want to get into it, but Patty Galloway, which we've had on our Video Influencers channel, talks about the significance of YouTube on TVs. I don't want to go into it right now, but just to answer your question, do you see how my strategy isn't just about vlogging because I know how to vlog and I enjoy vlogging, and generally it is easier, but also there's an actual need for it, and you don't have to compete against the guys that are very produced, that got teams, that have amazing editors. Shout out to my editor, he's amazing, right? But he's amazing at editing my vlogs, my style, in the vloggy, edity way. Editing, this is a new word. So my point is this. I knew eventually it would happen. It wasn't like right from the get-go. Versus you and I, when we started a channel, like, hey, we need to do all the research. We've got to be prepared. We've got to compete against these guys. And even though it wasn't like the first episodes hitting, it didn't take us that much time to like get stuff ranking. What I knew was, I'm not trying to compete against ranking. I'm taking advantage of suggested videos, post rank and view. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. And that video, I mean, a couple things. There's so many takeaways to this. That video is perfectly packaged because I also think about the title. What's inside a business Costco? 30 minutes long. And somebody gets to walk with you and hang out like a friend. And it's not a listicle with, editing delivered to the camera. It's not overly scripted. It's not scripted. But it's also, you're an expert in this, or rather you're experienced in this, and it's your passion and you're observational and you have done this. As far as, I think the theme, when I see your channel too, you still have a lot of best practices there. I don't see you diverting very far away from food, restaurants, grocery stores. One of your other videos that's got a lot of views is like a trip inside of a Filipino grocery store. It's kind of like this stripped down version of the Food Network now that is first person filmmaking. And you mentioned you have someone helping you edit, you're more advanced, but even for the person watching this, isn't the editing also pretty simple? Because it's linear too, it's linear content creation.
It's definitely easier, and that's another really good point. Because remember, I'm doing all this while still vlogging for my family content, while still running a business. I've got 5 kids too, by the way. I'm like really busy. You and I try to work out, like together. So I say all that not to be like, oh, I'm this good. No, I had to make it easy, not only for myself, but for my editor. And that's another thing I'm excited about that I teach, right, in my course, about the easier way of vlogging to make editing easy. So to his credit, his name is Nice Chris. You and I both know him. We've worked with him for many years. Even though it is easier, he's an amazing editor. But it took him time to get to this place, right? But you're right, because it's linear from the beginning to the end. There's really no B-roll. I don't even want text or graphics on it because, again, people want the unedited version. Like, there's this desire for it. Hence, making it easier for any editor to jump in and get right to it. So, I mean, just to give you an example, and this is kind of crazy because, I mean, just how long does a video take to prep, shoot, edit, and then upload on your channel? Just give me an average.
Well, I mean, it's anywhere from a run and gun live stream to 2 days of
live
prep and shooting. Well, I guess I mean like extemporaneous even. I'll
Yeah.
just record it and we like throw it out
Yeah.
there. So it's a range, but you can go all the way from probably 3 full days of work with everybody involved
Yep.
to a few hours.
Right. So with my vlogs, they usually take within 24 hours and oftentimes within 2 to 4 hours of actually even coming up with the idea. That's not crazy. And I'm doing this almost daily on top of what I'm already doing. It's just a 2-man crew, me and my editor. Bam, it goes up. I've had what I call blind uploads where I trust my process so much and I trust my editor so much that I haven't even watched the video. You probably do this a lot now, but you've got a whole team. You've got like kind of like levels and filters and everything. So for me to do that, it takes a lot of trust, but it's because I trust the process of this new style of content creation, which makes editing a lot easier. And why I'm excited about talking about this, it's exciting for me as a creator who's already got a channel that I upload to with my wife, that wants to start uploading to my secondary channel, and any other creator that wants to start vlogging. But it's exciting for somebody that's never vlogged before ever, that's never created content. Because even though I'm doing it, and I've got 10 plus years of experience, I wrote this book with you, I've been like friends with the most amazing creators, including yourself, I know this works for people that are starting from zero. I have people that I coach that have never created a vlogging channel or like a YouTube channel, and right from the get-go getting views using this new style of vlogging. And it's not just because of my coaching, it's not because they're just talented or skilled, it's actually because there's people out there that want content that's unpolished. That's just, like you said, one-on-one, walking together down the aisles of business Costco, or just literally hanging out in a garden talking about tomatoes. It can be about anything, including business people. Because, you know, the joke about the water coolers in the office, everyone hangs out, right? Like
Yeah.
if you want people to be effective in their work, just take the water cooler out. Vlogs are the water cooler of YouTube. People are just sitting there listening to, and I don't know if this is an appropriate place to talk about him, Sam Sulek. Sam Sulek is the epitome of not only what I'm doing in coaching, but he's the epitome of like the perfect vlogger. Meaning, number one, he's not overly optimized, it's casual. I mean, it's almost laughable, right? He's the one that started the whole, like, I'm just driving in a car, going to the grocery store, shopping. That video got 45 minutes. But more so, he's not trying to rank because his videos are 45 to 60 minutes. I don't even know if he even understands ranking at all. Because like when he talks, it doesn't even seem like he's trying to do anything. He's literally just talking. Like that's like the magic. That's why I have so much respect for my wife, because it seems so natural. She's not thinking about the title, optimization, or the hook, or the outro, anything like that. And so Sam Sulek is taking advantage of not the ranking part of YouTube, even though he could rank, but the suggestion part. Because if you don't know, Sam Sulek, workout guy, buff, like really buff, knows how to use all the machines, get really bulky, he knows about diet. So after you watch the, hey, top 10 tips on how to get massive this summer, right? To get as strong, I'm old, so I say Arnold Schwarzenegger. The next time you go to YouTube, you're gonna see his videos. And his thumbnail is just him like flexing in the mirror. It's 40 minutes long. Out of curiosity and genuine interest, you click on it. And because he is so casual about what he's talking about, but he's so knowledgeable, he gets it. And then you watch it for 45 minutes, and guess what? Then he has those people sometimes for like hours and hours and hours and hours for the next few months.
So we have a lot more insights on this, and I got so many more questions for you, but I know that some people listening might be busy and be curious about just like what are the step-by-steps of doing this. And so you do actually have a class people can watch for free. We'll link it up in the show notes, and I'll tell you a little bit more about it later as well, but that's at vloggeracademy.com. that'll help you get there. That's a free class because you mentioned you talked about the editing style, breaking all of that down. And so again, that's vloggeracademy.com, or just hit the show notes on this episode of the podcast. What are you using for gear and why?
So for me, I'm using the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. Did I say that right? See, I'm not even a techie. I still need you to tell me what I'm using.
You said it right.
Right, okay. So this is a camera that DJI created. It's just a handle. It's got the little gimbal and it's got a little lens. It's got some accessories. I'm using the Creator Bundle. I like that camera because it's light, it's small. I like that it has like a low profile tripod, so I can put it on a shelf when I'm at a grocery store, or I can put it like literally on the playground and have it. I use it for my regular vlog too, my family vlog. And the microphone. I mean, you've seen it. If you watch Sam Solik, I think he uses it, or other creators. It's like so trendy. But I also use my phone. So why I like my phone, and out of the, by the way, I uploaded way more than we talked about. When I said 140, it was actually way more than that. But a majority of my vlogs have been filmed on the DJI Osmo Pocket 3, but a good portion was filmed on my phone entirely. And the reason I bring it up, not only because I actually do it, but because everybody has one. That's another exciting thing too. It's like before, when vlogging first started, you really did still need like a consumer level camera, so that could have been like 150 to 500 bucks. Now what you already have in your pocket, which is free because you've already paid for it, is good enough. Because phones have a brain in it that no camera can have, and it's immediate upload, right? Or it's easy to airdrop it if you're using an iPhone to your computer to get right to editing. See, the other lesson, I know that this is going a little bit a deeper dive than what you're asking, but the reason the equipment you use is important, you want it as simple as possible because you don't want friction. You want the creation process to be easy and the editing process to be easier. So not only linear recording where you're beginning at the beginning of your vlog and you're ending at the beginning of your vlog, no B-roll, no graphics, but also the process of getting that into software to uploading is really important. And that's why I love a phone. Osmo, it's not as easy as a phone, but it's also pretty simple because USB cord into the USB-C in the computer. I'm talking like a tech guy, right? That's up another point. You were always an editor for us when we worked together. I still have an editor. I know how to edit, but I'm not I don't want to touch all that stuff. So out of necessity, I need it to be less friction. So that's why I suggest a phone or the Osmo, because those are, in my opinion, right now, the two best devices to vlog if you're a beginner.
Yeah, the Osmo's so nice because of the gimbal, it can be smooth when you're walking. It's a really beautiful shot. Do you film in 4K?
Definitely film in 4K right now. The only reason I would suggest maybe not to is because another thing you run into if you don't have a huge hard drive is space. So at the beginning, without knowing, by the way, I didn't know it was at 1080. I was filming in 1080 for like the first 4 or 5 months. And I was like, oh, I can turn it to 4K. And that means my editor can crop in a little bit, give them more options. But even that is not necessary. Like 1080 is totally fine. And so I put that out there because I not only want to help anybody that wants to do it, but especially beginners. Go 1080 is totally, because I'll tell you this, sometimes it looks like Sam Solik is filming in 720. Like sometimes I don't know if the lighting or if he hit the wrong setting, but he still gets 1 million+ views on a 45-minute groceries trip to talk about like the best, peanut butter protein.
Yeah, and so, a couple takeaways. One, we will link up in the show notes. We have on the Think Media channel some videos about the Osmo. Also, the Creator Bundle is so nice because you can have incredible audio because of a wireless mic that just integrates into it, connect that up to your shirt. It's possible to buy an additional mic as well, too, if you want to use it for interviews.
Oh, the DJI Osmo, it's underrated in its capabilities because it's so simple. So talking about the mic, it directly connects into the camera, so you don't need a receiver. So for all the techies out there, the benefit of it. But to have a second one also connect directly to the camera, and on the actual screen itself, there's two.
Have you done that before?
I have done it, and it's clean.
So you did that with Matt?
Done it with Matt. Whenever I have a second guest on, right? Maybe sometimes my kids on there. I'll tell you this, even if you don't use the mics, the onboard mic is good enough too, because part of the the appeal of vlogs is it's casual. Like my wife, she doesn't like it when I use a mic for vlogging for our family channel because she wants it to have this certain the appeal of vlogs is it's casual. Like my
not overly scripted, it's not scripted, but it's also, you're an expert in this, or rather you're experienced in this, and it's your passion and you're observational and you have done this. As far as, I think the theme, when I see your channel too, you still have a lot of best practices there. I don't see you diverting very far away from food, restaurants, grocery stores. One of your other videos that's got a lot of views is like a trip inside of a Filipino grocery store. It's kind of like this stripped down version of the Food Network now that is first person filmmaking. And you mentioned you have someone helping you edit, you're more advanced, but even for the person watching this, isn't the editing also pretty simple? Because it's linear too, it's linear content creation.
It's definitely easier, and that's another really good point. Because remember, I'm doing all this while still vlogging for my family content, while still running a business. I've got 5 kids too, by the way. I'm like really busy. You and I try to work out, you know, like together. So I say all that not to be like, oh, I'm this good. No, I had to make it easy, not only for myself, but for my editor. And that's another thing I'm excited about that I teach, right, in my course about the easier way of vlogging to make editing easy. So to his credit, his name is Nice Chris. You and I both know him. We've worked with him for many years. Even though it is easier, he's an amazing editor. But it took him time to get to this place, right? But you're right, because it's linear. From the beginning to the end, there's really no B-roll. I don't even want text or graphics on it, because again, people want the unedited version. Like there's this desire for it. Hence making it easier for any editor to jump in and get right to it. So, I mean, just to give you an example, and this is kind of crazy, because, I mean, just how long does a video take to prep, shoot, edit, and then upload on your channel? Just give me an average.
Well, I mean, it's anywhere from a run and gun live stream to 2 days of
live
prep and shooting. Well, I guess I mean like extemporaneous even. I'll just record it and we like throw it out there. So it's a range, but you can go all the way from probably 3 full days of work with everybody involved to a few hours.
Right. So with my vlogs, they usually take within 24 hours, and oftentimes within 2 to 4 hours of actually even coming up with the idea. That's not crazy. I'm doing this almost daily on top of what I'm already doing. It's just a 2-man crew, me and my editor. Bam, it goes up. I've had what I call blind uploads, where I trust my process so much, and I trust my editor so much, that I haven't even watched the video. You probably do this a lot now, but you've got a whole team. You've got like, kind of like levels and filters and everything. So for me to do that, it takes a lot of trust, but it's because I trust the process of this new style of content creation, which makes editing a lot easier. And why I'm excited about talking about this, it's exciting for me as a creator who's already got a channel that I upload to with my wife, that wants to start uploading to my secondary channel, and any other creator that wants to start vlogging. But it's exciting for somebody that's never vlogged before ever, that's never created content. Because even though I'm doing it, and I've got 10 plus years of experience, I wrote this book with you, I've been like friends with the most amazing creators, including yourself, I know this works for people that are starting from zero. I have people that I coach that have never created a vlogging channel or like a YouTube channel, and right from the get-go getting views using this new style of vlogging. And it's not just because of my coaching, it's not because they're just talented or skilled, it's actually because there's people out there that want content that's unpolished, that's just, like you said, one-on-one, walking together down the aisles of business Costco, or just literally hanging out in a garden talking about tomatoes. It can be about anything, including business people. Because, you know, the joke about the water coolers in the office, everyone hangs out, right? Like if you want people to be effective in their work, just take the water cooler out. Vlogs are the water cooler of YouTube. People are just sitting there listening to, and I don't know if this is an appropriate place to talk about him, Sam Sulek. Sam Sulek is the epitome of not only what I'm doing in coaching, but he's epitome of like the perfect vlogger, meaning just because my coaching, it's not because they're just talented or skilled. It's actually because there's people out there that want content that's unpolished. That's just, like you said, one-on-one, walking together down the halls of business Costco, or just literally hanging out in a garden talking about tomatoes. It can be about anything, including business people. Because, you know, the joke about the water coolers in the office, everyone hangs out, right? Like if you want people to be effective in their work, just take the water cooler out. Vlogs are the water cooler of YouTube. People are just sitting there listening to, and I don't know if this is an appropriate place to talk about him, Sam Sulek. Sam Sulek is the epitome of not only what I'm doing in coaching, but he's epitome of like the perfect vlogger, meaning, number one, he's not overly optimized, it's casual. I mean, it's almost laughable, right? He's the one that started the whole, like, I'm just driving in a car, going to the grocery store, shopping. That video got 45 minutes. But more so, he's not trying to rank, because his videos are 45 to 60 minutes. I don't even know if he even understands ranking at all, because like when he talks, it doesn't even seem like he's trying to do anything. He's literally just talking. Like, that's like the magic. That's why I have so much respect for my wife, because it seems so natural. She's not thinking about the title, optimization, or the hook, or the outro, anything like that. And so Sam Sulek is taking advantage of not the ranking part of YouTube, even though he could rank, but the suggestion part. Because if you don't know, Sam Sulek, workout guy, buff, like really buff, knows how to use all the machines, get really bulky, he knows about diet. So after you watch the, hey, top 10 tips on how to get massive this summer, right? To get as strong, I'm old, so I say Arnold Schwarzenegger. The next time you go to YouTube, you're gonna see his videos. And his thumbnail is just him like flexing in the mirror. It's 40 minutes long. Out of curiosity and genuine interest, you click on it. And because he is so casual about what he's talking about, but he's so knowledgeable, he gets it. And then you watch him for 45 minutes, and guess what? Then he has those people sometimes for like hours and hours and hours and hours for the next few months.
So we have a lot more insights on this, and I got so many more questions for you, but I know that some people listening might be busy and be curious about just like what are the step-by-steps of doing this. And so you do actually have a class people can watch for free. We'll link it up in the show notes, and I'll tell you a little bit more about it later as well, but that's at vloggeracademy.com. That'll help you get there. That's a free class because you mentioned, you talked about the editing style, breaking all of that down. And so again, that's vloggeracademy.com. Or just hit the show notes on this episode of the podcast. What are you using for gear and why?
So for me, I'm using the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. Did I say that right? See, I'm not even a techie. I still need you to tell me what I'm using.
You said it right.
Right, okay. So this is a camera that DJI created. It's just a handle. It's got the little gimbal, and it's got a little lens. It's got some accessories. I'm using the Creator Bundle. I like that camera because it's light, it's small. I like that it has like a low profile tripod, so I can put it on a shelf when I'm at a grocery store, or I can put it like literally on the playground and have it. I use it for my regular vlog too, my family vlog. And the microphone. I mean, you've seen it. If you watch Sam Sulek, I think he uses it, or other creators. It's like so trendy. But I also use my phone. So why I like my phone, and out of the, by the way, I uploaded way more than we talked about. When I said 140, it was actually way more than that. But a majority of my vlogs have been filmed on the DJI Osmo Pocket 3, but a good portion was filmed on my phone entirely. And the reason I bring it up, not only because I actually do it, but because everybody has one. That's another exciting thing too. It's like, before, when vlogging first started, you really did still need like a consumer level camera, so that could have been like 150 to 500 bucks. Now what you already have in your pocket, which is free because you've already paid for it, is good enough. Because phones have a brain in it that no camera can have, and it's immediate upload, right? Or it's easy to airdrop it if you're using an iPhone to your computer to get right to editing. See, the other lesson, I know that this is going a little bit a deeper dive than what you're asking, but the reason the equipment you use is important, you want it as simple as possible because you don't want friction. You want the creation process to be easy and the editing process to be easier. So not only linear recording where you're beginning at the beginning of your vlog and you're ending at the beginning of your vlog, no B-roll, no graphics, but also the process of getting that into software to uploading is really important. And that's why I love a phone. Osmo, it's not as easy as a phone, but it's also pretty simple because USB cord into the USB-C in the computer. I'm talking like a tech guy, right? That's up another point. You were always an editor for us when we worked together. I still have an editor. I know how to edit, but I'm not I don't want to touch all that stuff. So out of necessity, I need it to be less friction. So that's why I suggest a phone or the Osmo, because those are, in my opinion, right now, the two best devices to vlog if you're a beginner.
Yeah, the Osmo's so nice because of the gimbal, it can be smooth when you're walking. It's a really beautiful shot. Do you film in 4K?
Definitely film in 4K right now. The only reason I would suggest maybe not to is because another thing you run into if you don't have a huge hard drive is space. So at the beginning, without knowing, by the way, I didn't know it was at 1080. I was filming in 1080 for like the first 4 or 5 months. And I was like, oh, I can turn it to 4K. And that means my editor can crop in a little bit, give them more options. But even that is not necessary. Like 1080 is totally fine. And so I put that out there because I not only want to help anybody that wants to do it, but especially beginners. Go 1080, it's totally, because I'll tell you this, sometimes it looks like Sam Solik is filming in 720. Sometimes I don't know if the lighting or if he hit the wrong setting, but he still gets 1 million+ views on a 45-minute groceries trip to talk about like the best, peanut butter protein.
Yeah, and so, a couple takeaways. One, we will link up in the show notes. We have on the Think Media channel some videos on. Also, the Creator Bundle is so nice because you can have incredible audio because of a wireless mic that just integrates into it, connect that up to your shirt. It's possible to buy an additional mic as well, too, if you want to use it for interviews.
Oh, the DJI Osmo, it's underrated in its capabilities because it's so simple. So talking about the mic, it directly connects into the camera, so you don't need a receiver. So for all the techies out there, the benefit of it. But to have a second one also connect directly to the camera, and on the actual screen itself, there's two.
Have you done that before?
I have done it, and it's clean.
So you did that with Matt?
Done it with Matt. Whenever I have a second guest on, right? Maybe sometimes my kids on there. I'll tell you this, even if you don't use the mics, the onboard mic is good enough too, because part of the appeal of vlogs is it's casual. Like my wife, she doesn't like it when I use a mic for vlogging for our family channel because she wants it to have this certain feel, which is more casual feel. So we're just talking about the mics because we're geeks about the tech stuff and the potential if you're going to do an interview.
Yeah.
And it's seamless on the DJI Osmo, but not necessary.
Yeah, it makes me think, we have a lot of loan officers, real estate agents, maybe they want to walk solo, show off a house, or vlog through a neighborhood, or with somebody else. So if you can just imagine having a small, easy-to-use camera that's perfectly smooth, that maybe a third person helping you in your office could be filming you while you're walking outdoors with 2 mics you just clip to your shirt. It all looks great, it all works, it's all easy to use. Of course there's a slight learning curve, but
small.
But then you've got this great looking shot, great audio, the gimbal makes it all smooth, and it really, I think if you were to get the Creator Bundle and an extra mic, you might be close to $1,000.
I don't even know, probably the extra mic, maybe
because I feel like it's like $800 for the Creator Bundle, so maybe the extra mic. So, anyways, check out show notes, and we'll link to our videos and reviews of that if you want to see some tutorials and whatnot. So then, how do you think about your videos and really outline them? Because don't you think you have an advantage that you've been doing this for a while, so you can kind of assemble videos in your head?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
See, I'm not even going to beat around the bush. So other people like, oh no, it's like a whole new method. Experience is important. So I'll get to my whole format that anybody can utilize on how to actually vlog in the new style to actually get views. But part of the reason I love vlogging is because you can vlog a lot. You can put in the reps. The experience is important. So if you put a 10-year vlogger next to like a one-day vlogger, of course a 10-year vlogger is going to have a little bit of an edge. But the new style of vlogging takes advantage of a format that anybody can use and both benefit from. So that's why you want to start vlogging right away. You and I both know this. What do you always say? Just press record, right? Punch fear in the face and just press record. That is so important. And I know you talk about this all the time. Your history, 10 years before you really took YouTube seriously, right? Like actually started your own channel. Okay, the format that I use to come up with vlogs that actually get views, I call it the 3 T's. Theme, take away your topic, and telling stories. So the first thing is have a theme for your channel. So you mentioned this. My channel is all around my passion for food. Why the theme is important is because you're going to connect with other people that also are passionate about that same thing. The theme could be real estate. The theme could be gardening. The theme could be cameras. We would call this a niche back in the day, but the nice thing about the new style vlogging, it doesn't have to be super niche, right? It can be a little more broad, like mine is super broad. The second part is they take away your topic. That's more applied to the video. So you still want a topic or takeaway that you're focused on your vlog, every single vlog. I never get tempted to go the old style, which is like,
you said what, Pop?
Brushing my teeth, right? It's almost like a joke. Like, who would want to watch it? But vloggers did that.
Oh, they about to debate.
So when I get new vlogging students, I'll always say, hey, after taking my course, they're like showing their first vlog, and it's exactly that.
What time? 8 o'clock? Oh shit, I got to watch this. About to watch the debate.
The best of the bunch. I bought and sold loads of them. I absolutely love them. It's the Mercedes-Benz 300 TD. But what's got me here to come and see it is the price.
Orders, David York.
Good evening, and it's great to have you with us here for the presidential debate. It starts in just under an hour now. We will carry the debate live right here on ABC, of course. A presidential debate, the likes of which we've never seen before. A sitting president, a former president, the race is a dead heat, essentially tied. The polls out tonight and we'll show you, and as you know, the stakes are enormous. President Biden and Donald Trump are about to square off in the first of 2 scheduled debates for the first time.